Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over instantly. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
It's so high up in his chair. It's absolutely ridiculous. He was filling in today for the morning show, and I'm now in like a booster seat over here because of Michael. It is.
Hello?
You good?
Are we delayed? Hello?
Yeah, sounds like
I mean, I hear you. It's just I'm really confused right now. Is everything okay? Why are you sitting over there?
Well,
yeah, why are you sitting over there?
I'm sitting over here because I thought that John was going to be in studio today to my right, and so I moved to the left. And then I was told later that John was broadcasting from the ballpark. John was in here earlier today, so I thought, oh, John will be in studio. And then
By the way, your mic wasn't turned on, so let's give him another shout out. The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. I thought my settings were broken for 5 seconds. I was like, oh no, what is happening?
I thought mine were too, so I'm glad we're good to go. No, I'm sorry I confused you, but yes, I came into the studio after the press conference today, but now I'm here at Charles Schwab Field. There it is. Take a look at it upside down. Here we are.
I think I just did not turn on my microphone.
No, you turned on your mic. I had you potted down because I'm also used to you being. It was I screwed up.
This all could have been fleshed out in rehearsal if we had decided to show up for a rehearsal, but we didn't. So
well, I just thought that John would be here, and then he left. He just got up and left.
Well, yeah, I have a game tonight. There's baseball tonight, my friends. Baseball.
I was walking around. They got to open up the Zestos over by the Chuck box immediately because
it would help if they had a little more foot traffic.
Well, I'm the foot traffic. I walk to the Chuck every day now, and it's just one of those things where it's like I want to kind of, make my walk useless by having a chocolate shake during my walk. That's what I do.
When we first started bonding last year,
not going well.
And you know what? I feel.
Hey, but he walked over there, John.
I feel better. I feel looser. I feel more athletic over the last 2 weeks because I've been working out and eating better. I've been having a lot of shrimp because it's a really good source of protein while also keeping the calories low. But it's just one of those things where it's like, man, I love walking and then I really want to go to Lefties and have a beer, Like I really it's tough, but I'm like a beer, a mango cart, there's like 120 calories. That's kind of all the calories I'm burning on the walk. So it's tough. But the bar that I live, the bar that is in my apartment, it's closing, so that's good for me.
Oh, that sucks for a local business, though.
Oh. Yeah, but I'm just saying from a weight loss perspective and a bank account perspective, it's great that it's closing.
I figured you were single-handedly keeping them in business.
I was.
But then he got that Super Bowl deal that he got from somebody, and he put him out of business.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I ate so many pizzas and so many wings that had so many views, no dollars.
All for a terrible game. I mean,
I've had fun in the first half. I did. I enjoyed sacks. I like sacks. Mark that. Clip that. You're welcome. I just feed the show in terms of drops on the wall. I'm just a walking content dropper. But I liked the sacks in the first half, and then the second half I got bored.
Yeah, well,
I also enjoyed the halftime show. It was fun. I loved it.
It was a really good halftime show.
I'm sure.
Tia pregunto.
All right, so Josh's strangely, Josh's Airbnb looks like the one we had in Kansas City.
Whoa.
It's very the walls are very white.
Dude, it looks like you look like you should be in a straitjacket right now. You look like you're little Timmy in Scrooge and you're not talking. It's like the future.
There's a spot outside of the door. We got here. Schaefer and I got here at noon, and we walked inside. The next time I checked my phone at 12:03, we had a message from the Airbnb guy hey, there's a hole outside of the master bedroom door. I apologize. We'll get that fixed eventually. So they must have had quite the party. The last people who were here had quite the party.
You're lucky Maddie Mack isn't there. I would pick it back up, baby.
What kind of a party would they have had there in Houston? I mean, what significant things have happened in Houston recently to warrant that kind of a
maybe
party?
it was a bachelor party or a celebration of some sort.
Okay.
Is Houston
Celebration!
Is Houston a bachelor party place?
I mean, if you live in Houston and you're going to get married, I would imagine you have a bachelor party.
No, I would never have my bachelor. If I lived in Omaha, I wouldn't have my bachelor party in Omaha. If I lived in Chicago, I wouldn't have my bachelor party in Chicago. I've thought about my bachelor party
in Omaha.
I'm talking about from my experience.
Mine
I'm
was
not
in Sioux
shaming you
Falls,
for
I
doing
guess.
that. Where did
yeah, but you're canceling all your dates left and right. There's not going to be a bachelor party.
Someone had a great comment today. They said, "I'm the king of first dates, but the jester of second dates."
Oh,
just tough.
Wow, that's pretty good.
It's a good line.
By the way, I realized it was my first bachelor party that was in Omaha. The second one, we went down to Kansas and we went to a casino and played golf and gambled. It was awesome. It was a really good time.
I'll tell you, I already know what my bachelor party in 10 years is going to be. So what's going to happen is
you're going to be
the
married?
second wedding or the third?
It'll be the fourth. So anyway, what I'm going to tell my bachelors, okay, or what do you call your groomsmen, right?
Yes,
is that what you
your
call
groomsmen?
Them? All right, cool.
Yes.
So I'm going to tell them pick a city and that we haven't been to, and like let's get a suite at any sort of like basketball or hockey game, and then let's do the suite thing, party, golf, casino, and then like get out of there in 3 days. That's it. That's all I want.
Well, it has to have a casino, sir. You're already kind of narrowing down which city you've never.
I know.
Been to.
We'll go to a Nashville Predator like game in a suite, and then we'll party it up in Nashville, go golfing, and then go to a casino. That sounds awesome.
I do like.
Do you ever
Nashville.
think that you're spending an awful lot of money on this?
Money's no object.
Oh, money's no object. Oh, I'm sorry.
4 minutes ago, John, 4 minutes ago, didn't he say, like, thank God this bar is closing, so I'll stop spending so much money like an idiot?
Right,
John,
right.
Do you know who he's Matt McMaster of the Skokie McMasters.
Oh, of course.
It's funny. Our name doesn't carry like that, but there are names that carry like that in Skokie. Like there are like, you don't mess with certain families. I mean, in the morning show one time,
Capone, Bonino,
some
Caprese.
The morning show was making fun of the Daily
Santa
family.
Maria.
They were making fun of the Daily family on the air, and I go, we don't talk about the Dailies. Don't say anything mean about the Dailies.
Oh.
Joe Daly?
No, it's Mayor Daley.
Yeah, Mayor Daley in Chicago was quite the big deal back in the day. He was
they're
the
still
head of the
around.
Democratic machine.
They're the head of something over there.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
you don't want to know why Kennedy got elected? The Dailies.
Shout out to the
John knows his history.
About 15 million people in Chicago alone voted for Kennedy.
Yep.
Don't ask me how.
Yep.
Don't ask me how, but they did.
Yep. You just don't say. That's the end. We love the Dailies. The Dailies are great. If you're a Daily out there, we love you.
In because of the Dailies, out at Dealey. That's fun.
That wasn't that funny.
Double bang. Nick, a double bang. That's
funny.
That's a pretty good one.
I'll double bang myself.
Brain yourself.
That was pretty good, Nick, I must say.
Thank you, John.
You got so red during that. Look at the screen, Nick. You should be proud of yourself.
I laughed. I mean,
Well, yesterday
I'm outside. I'm squinting a little.
I almost got John to do a spit take yesterday because I wanted Josh to touch my hand.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, right as John was taking a drink of his water, and it was almost sprayed all over the studio.
It wasn't so much what you said; it was just how you said it.
That's fair.
It was very very funny. Very funny to me.
Thank you.
Yeah. Everybody remembers their first spit take.
By the way, people were asking, I saw in the chat earlier, how was the travel? Everybody's wondering about the travel.
Yeah, how many fingers?
So we got there, no fingers, Nick. No fingers.
It was a fist.
Bang! Is that Happer?
You can't bring yourself. No, it's not Happer.
No, that is not Happer.
I just saw the half of a bald head. I couldn't tell what
he saw. He saw half a bald head. What an insult, Glenn. Oh, my God. Oh, okay. The Happer. Yeah.
I've never seen Glenn Sisk before. I thought he would look different.
Okay, that's a fun game to play. So anyway, our flight was at 6:15. Schaefer and I think we got through security because we were expecting it to be a little longer than it took. I think it was like 4:50. And so we were in and ready to sit. We sat for like an hour just, waiting, which was good, honestly.
Was Cracks and McGee's open? Were they rolling?
No, they were definitely not rolling. They were absolutely not rolling. So we got there. It was fine. Getting out of Omaha, getting through security, it was totally fine. The landing in Houston, not so much. So we were scheduled, once we got in the air, to get there at 8. We were going to be here super early, which was actually kind of a problem because we didn't have access to the Airbnb until noon. But, John, we are descending. And suddenly, the speed of the airplane picks up. I'm like, uh-oh, what's happening? And then we fly away. And then we come back, and we do the same thing. And so
I would be so mad. I would
at various points
lose my crap.
The pilot hopped on, and the fog apparently was really bad, and it was like we would be up in the sky and you couldn't see down on the ground, and so the fog was really terrible. We finally landed on the third descent about 45 minutes after we were supposed to, so that was a huge bummer. I didn't see any of the crazy lines, but I'll be honest, like I didn't walk by the security checkpoint. So I didn't see any of those. I had my eye on the lookout for them though, because I was wondering what in the world was going on with the checkpoints, but I didn't see any. So I have little to report in that regard.
Trying to look as unsuspicious as possible.
John, if you need a fill-in host for a Monday, Tuesday, and next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week, just let me know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think our friend Josh is making it back anytime soon.
No, we're just gonna have to get to the airport at like 6 a.m. for our
noon. You're gonna have to get there like 7 hours early.
I know. I'm so annoyed. Was it that bad? I haven't really been on Twitter a whole lot today. Was it the 5-hour wait at Houston today?
That was. I don't know if it was today. I do know that it was yesterday.
It was terrible. Yeah.
Did you see the Brooklyn guy on Twitter who they asked him about like, hey, they're ICE agents here, and he was just the most Brooklyn guy ever. Goes, I mean, I don't care. They're here. They put my bags. I don't care. I need to get to the Bahamas, man. It was awesome.
John Gruden?
No, I don't do a good Brooklyn. I can't tell you.
You just turn into John Gruden.
Let me tell you what, man. I need to get through security.
So I'll report back on Monday on what it was like getting out of there on Sunday.
You'll report back on Wednesday when you get back here.
Oh, that's please don't, Matt. Don't you put this
back here on Wednesday?
Don't worry. Put this evil.
Don't worry. I'll fill in for you on Monday and Tuesday. It'll be fun. It'll be the Grum with John, Matt, and Nick. Oh. John, Matt, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll have all this thing figured out by then too.
That would be awesome.
We should do a unsportsmanlike conduct where then I just redub everything that Josh has ever done. You know, content that's unsportsmanlike. Unsportsmanlike content.
That's incredible.
What else do I do? What are the other voices that I do?
It's not really a voice. It's a gesture.
That was a gesture, not a voice.
Really, Nick? Nick, you don't like that, Nick? What? Why would you say that, Nick? That's a terrible thing to say, Nick.
Is that me?
Nick thinks Rule should get fired. That's my job.
Fire Matt Rule.
I don't know what it's the happy hour. Don't you do that? I don't know.
No, we say the happy hour is on the air.
You were close.
We're doing the hot take market. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay, now you just keep doing the content segment.
I know. I'm a one-trick pony, just like the Gruden. I just keep doing the unsportsmanlike content. Ian goes, Matt, that's not good. You know what, Ian? I love you. Thank you for making my song. Thank you.
Kyle says, Michael's black. That's Happer who said Michael's black.
That's Happer.
Michael's black.
That wasn't me. That was Happer.
Yeah.
Why? What, Josh? You see? I can't do that. I can't do that. Never mind.
What were you gonna say?
Never mind. I didn't say anything.
Wow.
I learned about Kurt Cobain yesterday. What an interesting
What do you mean you learned about Kurt Cobain yesterday?
I learned a lot about Kurt Cobain yesterday and how
you knew you had heard of him.
I knew who he was. You know, I knew that he was the lead singer of Nirvana, and he had tragically passed away at a young age. I knew that about him. I didn't know how it happened. I didn't know that he shot himself up full of heroin.
Allegedly.
And,
allegedly that's how it happened.
Okay.
No, he definitely shot himself up someone shot him up full of heroin. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Good call.
And then somebody killed him, whether it was him or someone else.
Certainly it wasn't his personality that was prone to those things.
I learned a lot about the fact that he was famous and he didn't want to be famous. He was a very much a apathetic Gen Xer that didn't,
which is weird. I don't want to be famous, but then don't.
Well,
sing
we clearly know that
hit
John
songs.
didn't really like grunge music back in the 90s.
No,
Jeez,
I didn't.
man.
There's
I did
something
not.
really weird about people like my dad and John who are around the same age who that should have been the prime of their music. They should love that, and they hate it.
No,
I
no,
don't
it
know
wasn't.
why.
It wasn't the prime.
Well,
It didn't come about
Except
until I was
John,
in college.
John glommed onto the 80s, and my dad glommed onto country for like 10
Well,
years.
John technically is the demographic that I am learning about. John, you were born in 1972, correct? I mean, this is 1971. Okay,
It's in his
same
Twitter
thing.
bio.
And it's one of those things where it's like, this is where you are a Gen Xer. You are someone who was not the ages of 19 to 32 or 19 to whatever. In the 90s, right? I'm learning a lot about your generation, but I actually was thinking about you listening to this book from Chuck Klosterman, where I don't necessarily attribute the characteristics of Gen X to you. I like what is being described as what a Gen Xer is. I don't really think you embody that.
But
because
see, that's the thing is you got to be careful when you try to pigeonhole an entire generation into one type of.
But that is
person.
Chuck Klosterman.
John is Gen XB.
Klosterman.
No, we don't have A's and B's. We're just who we are.
By the way, I do want to mention Nick is correct. Like there definitely are.
Okay, don't say
categories
those
of
words
Gen-
on the air
No,
ever again.
There's a subsect of Gen Z like me where I was born before like the iPad and I was born before the iPod and I had a VCR and VHS tapes and like I remember having my first computer and like I remember Macs becoming portable. There are some Gen Zers who were born that didn't experience any of that. Like I remember when DVR became a thing. I remember like we couldn't record things earlier on. Like I used to have a VHS recording of Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. And then when like
Classic show.
when you like could record it on the TV, you could only have certain amount of hours on the DVR. Like I remember when there are Gen Zers who don't understand any of what I'm saying. There's a difference between groups of Gen Zs. But Klosterman does a good job of admitting that, John, that you can't just put Gen X all in one clump.
Right.
It's actually a smaller subset than you think.
As far as
You're
music
correct.
goes, I mean, you literally went from pop music and hair metal to grunge and rap. All within like a 10-year span.
So this is what I've learned about, and you kind of more symbolize how baby boomers feel about the music era of Gen
John.
X than you do as an actual representative of the Gen X generation. Do you think that there will be a Gen X president?
Eventually.
I don't know. We keep skipping over everybody. We can keep either keep electing these 80
Geriatrics.
80s.
Yeah. There might be a
so-
millennial president.
Did you not like the band Fugazi, John Bishop? Is that what I'm hearing?
Never heard of them.
That's wild. Okay. Fair
I've
enough.
Fugazi. I've never heard of
You
them.
weren't a Pearl Jam guy?
Well, I've heard of Pearl Jam. Yeah, I didn't mind Pearl Jam.
I mean, that's kind of this. I mean, at least in the book, they categorize Pearl Jam.
Well,
and Nirvana
I
in
understand
the
that,
same- in the same
it's a little too much of a generalization to say I didn't like grunge music. I just didn't like Nirvana.
It's funny. If you put me blind without knowing when you guys were born, you asked me who's Gen X and who is, like to guess your generations. I would guess that Josh is more Gen X than I would.
Me?
I think you're a mix of both.
You do kind of have that Gen X nihilism.
You have a mix of both.
Everybody has nihilism.
But
it's
you
like the
have
Gen X
a
nihilism.
mix of being a very progressive and go-getting millennial while also being apathetic about certain things and being like, I don't care. Why is that a big deal? That's dumb. That's stupid. You have that in you. I told
What
you.
don't I care? What don't I care about?
There are moments on this radio station you go, I don't care.
I mean, that's a segment. To be fair, that's a segment.
I don't care.
Yeah, we do. It's called I Don't Care.
It's called a bit, Matt. It's called a bit.
It's a bit.
Or is it a gimmick?
Or is it a gimmick?
Gimmicks can be good.
The gimmicks can be good.
Josh is in the minority here. He is the only one who won't admit
No.
that gimmicks can be good.
And Michael.
No, this all
Michael
started
is
with
on my
Severe.
side.
This all started with Severe and
Severe
his
should know better.
misinterpretation of what a gimmick is.
Severe's a pro wrestling guy. How does he not?
I
agree
know.
with
That's
John?
why I
It
don't
makes
understand.
Zero sense.
I think he was over influenced by the fact that I kept calling the blackout a gimmick. And he thought I was being negative.
Because you
But
were.
Well, am I a fan of the blackout?
were.
No, but is it also a gimmick? Yes. It is something meant to gin up extra excitement and sell merch. That's what a gimmick is.
It really, I mean, that really is what a gimmick is. But
Whether or not it's good or it's bad is immaterial.
Gimmicks are subjective.
To people who were there and dressed up in all black and thought it was the coolest thing ever, it was a good gimmick. To those of us who thought, well, it's kind of dumb and, why are we, dressing in a color that's not one of our team colors? To me, it was a bad gimmick. I mean, but still a gimmick.
At the same time, I mean, they really did wear black to their own funeral. I mean, that was... I mean, let's just be real here. The season died that night,
and then in Minnesota they wore pink to their own funeral.
No, but that was before.
That was before.
The season died that night at that blackout, and then you can make the argument that a couple of years from now, when we do revisionist history of like when was the turning point or when did everything go, like that would probably. It could be. We could look back on that night and be like, when Dylan got hurt and they didn't hit that 8th win. That's when it all went.
That's
south.
when Matt Rule first got put on the hot seat.
No, I'm not saying that.
For the record, Matt, this is a good topic. For the record, I would say it's Minnesota, but I will add this. I was on with our friends John Dirt and Sprague today, up on the Fan in Portland, and it was mainly a basketball interview, which is the first time anyone has called me to talk about Nebraska basketball.
Why'd they call you?
Because I'm awesome and they're awesome and we're all friends together. But we did do a little Dylan Raiola at the very, very end, which was funny. And I said this to Dirt because last time they had me on, they were making fun of him. Oh, Mahomes Jr., Mahomes cosplay. And now they have to be like, oh, go Dylan. But we talked about that game. We talked about that game that he broke his leg and how everything changed after that. So I don't think they're very excited, but they're trying to force themselves to get excited about Dylan Raiola.
Wow. It's almost like that's what we did. That's what I did. I fell victim to it. I totally felt. I mean, look, after the Michigan game, if you were on the Dylan Raiola trade, you were feeling great about yourself. And then the Minnesota game was really like, oh, he can't move. Like he literally,
but I mean, let's face it,
can't move.
We knew this was going to happen from the start. Everyone was going to jump in on him. They were all going to be excited because when's the last time Nebraska had a 5-star quarterback? And he had the name, and he had the personality, and he seemed to buy into everything.
What was
Nebraska
the
was about.
Wait. What was the personality? Well, I mean, come on. It wasn't. He wasn't charismatic. I mean, he's the opposite of charisma, in my opinion.
I don't know.
I didn't find anything. And wait, come on. You and I know what charisma looks like on a television. He did not have it. He did not have charisma.
No, but that's not necessarily what I was talking about. What I was talking about was his willingness to be out in public and meet with people and be willing to be the face of the program. Yeah, no, am I saying he was, John Cena in terms of charisma? No. But
God, no.
But he was a guy who was out there and openly sold the idea and the premise of Nebraska football. He sought out to become the face of Nebraska football, knowing that, he was going to be anointed that regardless, but then he embraced the role.
Sure.
And for that, I'm not going to shame him for. I'm not going to say he was wrong in doing that. It's just that when everything went sideways, it's easier to poke fun at it and think it was silly.
You're right. And you're right in some aspects. And I got to be careful because I'm not going to act as if I wasn't a big fan of his at one point, and I really wanted it to work out, and it didn't.
Everyone wanted to work out,
but I feel like there was always the ulterior motive with Dylan. There was always the ulterior motive of building up the brand and looking good for the clicks and looking good for the draft and looking good for people who were outsiders looking in.
But isn't it that way with any 5-star who has designs?
I'm gonna be real with you. I can't fully tell you that. I just can say that you could go about being more genuine of things. And there were times where I just didn't think it was very genuine. That's my own honest opinion. That's how I viewed it. I don't know.
I think that's a little revisionist history.
Well, I don't think that's revisionist history. I think you saying that he was clearly building up the brand. We were all saying that during the time. That was always
well, sure, but that comes part and parcel with being a 5-star quarterback who leaving high school is already thinking about how am I gonna progress and put together a plan forward to become an NFL quarterback.
I think revisionist history might be the wrong word, but you're definitely right that if he ended up being successful here at Nebraska, we would call it being a pro's pro as opposed to building a brand. Sure. It's just the cookie. It didn't work out. Well, I didn't think we'd have a Dylan Raiola conversation today.
Me neither. Wow, that came out of nowhere. I guess it was kind of my fault. I apologize.
Well, you said that I had a good point where they wore black to their own funeral. They did
indeed.
It was a bad gimmick, but maybe a poetic gimmick. Maybe a poetic gimmick.
I thought it was cool.
I thought it was.
Well, that was the whole point of doing it, but it wasn't.
Look, I everyone says I have an opinion on everything, and that's correct. I have an opinion on a lot of things.
I have an opinion.
The jerseys and what we do at games, like the promotional stuff, I couldn't give less of a rat's you know what about. I really don't care. I don't care what the theme of the game is. I don't care what fans are supposed to wear. I don't care that they're handing out towels. In Nebraska football could wear garbage bags for uniforms. I really don't give a damn. I don't.
I think you would give a damn if they came out wearing hefty bags.
I mean, garbage bags are also black, Matt. So I mean, that's a pretty big gimmick right there.
That'd be funny if they had like the black jerseys with a hefty logo, like right on the left patch. They wore the garbage bag uniforms.
Hey, that's an idea. Why don't they wear black for the game tomorrow? Let's do a Husker blackout for Houston.
Well, they're the home team, so they got to wear white.
Idea.
Wow, they are the home team tomorrow.
They are the home team.
Wow. Oh yeah, they're the higher seed.
I know. That didn't really hit me.
I don't even remember. Is Iowa an 8 or are they a 9?
They're a 9.
9.
They played Clemson. They played Clemson.
That's right.
Clemson.
Yeah.
It was an 8. Tough luck for the ACC. Tough luck for the ACC.
And you talk about a conference whose basketball fortunes have gone, very different direction. It's the ACC.
Crazy.
You know why? I did ask Tate Frazier, who's a very good college basketball guy, on the show the other day, and I go, "Are you worried about the ACC?" And he was a UNC grad. And he goes, "I think it's going the other way." I was like,
Interesting.
What do you mean going the other way?
Like
going positive way?
Yeah, well, in relativeness to like where they were last season, where they had they were even worse last season, believe it or not.
Yeah, but
they were so bad last season that Louisville was actually a solid team all year, and somehow they ended up being a 9.
Right, but did the ACC bounce back enough this year? And you got to couch this all at the same time with just the landscape of the sport of college business, or the business of college sports, I guess that would be better. Bill Callahan speaking. I wouldn't look back at this year and say, "Oh, I feel better now. The ACC seems to be stabilizing." I don't know.
It's funny you say Bill Callahan. Whoever UNC ends up hiring as their next head coach, I'm just going to nickname Bill Callahan. Dude.
Why is that?
It's the situations between Hubert Davis and Frank Solich are eerily similar. Eerily similar in terms of how recent their success were after their coach left. How there are people who go, wow, he had a winning record. He won 70% of his games. He went to a Final Four. Injuries happened, and you still got rid of him. The fact that there was pushback from the alumni and the donors who said you shouldn't get rid of this guy, but yet the athletic department still decided to move on from him to hire an outside hire. The fact that there was this push and pull between we need a Dean Smith guy and not a Dean Smith guy. There's a lot. The decrease in percentage, the winning percentage decrease from Roy Williams to Hubert Davis was 6. The decrease in winning percentage from Tom Osborne to Frank Solich was 8. And yet that was enough for both of those guys, despite having winning records and going to playoffs, to get fired.
You know what's interesting, though, Matt? So, like North Carolina, when I was growing up and when I first got into college basketball, they were not very good because Matt Doherty was their head coach, and he was terrible. They went 8-20 in 2002 and 19-16 the next year, and then they brought in Roy Williams, and they were off to the races. So, like, they've actually had like a bit of a downturn before. That's not to say I disagree with your comparison, but they have. It's weird. They are not as turnkey as you would expect for a program that we hold as esteemed as they are, right, John? Like they just had some weird kind of down season. I don't even remember why did they fire Bill Guthridge after 2000, even though he took him to the Final Four, or did he retire, or did he just leave?
Well, they kind of forced him out.
Okay.
It was more of a force out
because he only lasted 3 seasons.
But I still think Matt's point is valid because let's face it, Roy Williams Roy Williams was kind of looked at as that guy, but they weren't quite sure if he was ready yet. And so it was one of those deals where, okay, they just turned it over to Bill Guthridge because that was very similar to Frank Solich in that, we're going to turn it over to this guy now.
I thought they wanted Roy Williams at that time. They didn't want him yet in 97. He'd already been to the Final Four a few times.
I'm trying to remember if he had initially turned them down. He might have actually initially turned them down. But you always felt that Roy Williams at some point was going to be back in Chapel.
I think another thing, too, is that Tom Osborne was a 3-time national champion. Roy Williams, 3-time national champion. They both turned their programs over to assistant coaches. It's funny you bring that up, Josh, about like Doherty. It's crazy. When I was growing up, I actually came into Nebraska football at the age where, they had this guy named Bill Callahan, and he was awful and he was terrible.
Oh, interesting.
And they were losing a ton. It really wasn't that great of a transition until they brought in this guy named Bo Pelini, and he actually kind of like got it stable for Nebraska for a little bit, but then they got rid of him, and God, it was terrible after that.
It's been pretty bad over the last decade, Matt. Pretty bad.
It has. All right. Well,
on my white monster.
On that happy note, don't leave it in the studio.
I'll leave it in the bathroom.
That's a good idea.
Hey, you guys should have been in the studio today. Me and Josh, we loved. We had the team wiener. It was awesome.
On that note,
yes, save that in the drops. That'll do it for the crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. EverlevelConcrete.com. Matt, thank you.
Thank you. This was
bye,
great.
Matt.
I will be in the studio tomorrow.
I will say this. Sometimes
I won't. We'll be at Oscars. I guess I won't see you there either.
I'll be there. I'm actually coming to Oscars. So
okay.
It's why didn't you say that's so disappointed, John? Anyway, what I was saying.
Matt, we got to go to break.
All right, I love you guys. See ya.
All right, we'll be back. We got a busy show today, so stay right there. The Grum begins next here on the Zone Radio Network, 1620 The Zone.
Am I going to do the thing like Jack does or John does sometimes? Am I doing a show in between the show? I can do a show in between the show. Nobody is commenting, though. Nobody wants to hear my show. Laszlo writes, sup. Chance says, showception. And Aaron and Papillion says, yes. All right, well, what do you want me to talk about? Someday I'm going to sleep again, and it's going to be great. Aaron and Papillion says, do you have on the green socks? Damn it, Aaron, you spoiled the surprise. I'm rocking those for tonight. I have them for the show tonight. What's for dinner in H-Town? No idea. No, I'm not talking about that, Laszlo. No idea. I still have to watch our movie club movie. I was going to watch it last night, and then Riz got off work earlier than planned, so we ended up hanging out more. I had to finish my packing, and so Schaefer says that he loves Hell or High Water, so we were talking about maybe checking that out. I don't know if tonight will be the big food night, but maybe it should be, because tomorrow, obviously, we'll be doing some basketball stuff. We're going to a basketball game. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Nebraska's in the Sweet 16. So we'll do that tomorrow. And then, so that means we won't be able to eat anything fun tomorrow, and then that would leave Friday. But if Nebraska loses tomorrow, then obviously I think all of us would be trying to leave as early as possible. So TBD. Not a bad idea, though, to go out tonight. Not a bad idea. Baymont says that the socks are mesmerizing. The only issue is the lighting at our new place is actually too good. So I don't even know if it's going to be all weird. Go Sox writes, have you seen Project Hail Mary yet? Yes. I saw it on, what's today, Wednesday? We saw it on Monday night. We took a young man out to the movie theater. I liked it. Hashtag the book was better. But I did really enjoy it. I hadn't read the book in 5 years, so it was nice. Like, I forgot about some of the plot points and stuff. There's one scene in particular, I won't really spoil too much, other than to say there was karaoke involved, and I thought that the song choice that one of the characters did was really, really cool. Really, really cool. Chance says, what area of town are you in? Some great barbecue in different areas. We're like 5 minutes away from the arena, and we are to the southeast, maybe? So I think we're to the southeast. I can figure out. Let's see. Toyota Center. We're not that far away. What is it called? The third something. I don't want to like dox myself too bad. I mean, we're near the interstate. We're really close to the internet. Third ward. We're near the third ward, I guess. I don't know if that's what that means. Jimmy says, any number 24 Nebraska basketball or baseball talk today? I don't believe so. I mean, they'll probably come up in content or something. Let's see. Go Sox says, better or worse than the book. I like the book more. I really did like the movie, though. Asian Joe, where would you rank the Houston House situation of the OKC one and the KC one? Oh, great question. Kansas City House probably the best in terms of pound for pound and what it offered. The only negative thing was where I slept, the show was done right above us. John and I were in the basement. The setup for the show was literally on the main floor right above us. I didn't have a fan. I don't have a fan here, which sucks. I really like sleeping with a fan. And the OKC house had that, and that thing was loud. It was a big old box fan, so that was great. This is much more modern. I mean, honestly, it looks like a house that was built to be an Airbnb. So it's solid. I think the internet's really good. Like, that's what I care about, right? Like, I'm going to do 4 hours today, 3 hours tomorrow, 3 hours Friday. And that's just the grum. That's not even counting all the podcast stuff. So need Wi-Fi. We have a huge TV. Couch isn't as big. Hopefully it's going to be okay. Let's see. Pesky Blues. Josh, first-time listener, first-time caller here. What up, Pesky Blues? Shout out to you. Thanks for sponsoring our Twitter feed. Pesky Blues, what's the hair product been lately? That lettuce has been in Fuego. Thank you. I always wonder about my hair. I don't remember what it's called. My the person who cuts my hair, she hooked me up with it a few weeks ago. My hair's so interesting because it's like really curly if I let it dry naturally, but if I put a hat on it straightens out, which I like. I like the top of my hair being straighter. So, but yeah, I don't think I'm going to go hat tomorrow. I think I'm going to go hatless for the game. The curls are working. Thank you. My hairdresser, she's told me, she was like, man, all the kids, all the boys, the young boys, they'd be so jealous because that's what they want. Sorry, I'm texting people. Let's see. Chance writes, little ways from you, but my favorite barbecue in town is Truth Barbecue. Also, St. Arnold Brewery is great. Flying Saucer also an awesome place to get food and beer. So I had actually a high school friend of mine who's a listener. He reached out today and said, try Truth. God, how far away is that? Let's see. We did have barbecue today. Papa's, was it Papa's with 2 P's, I think it was? Oh, wow, you're not kidding about Truth. It would take, 15 minutes isn't that bad. It's 5 miles, but it's 15 minutes. That's not bad. That would probably be a lunch place, right? Let's see what we're doing pods tomorrow. We'll have to figure that out. That sounds fun. Maybe we do that Saturday. Though we're talking about maybe doing a spring game watch party, which would be hilarious. Who farted? My hair grows out really curly, and I hate it. I can't have long hair because it's a mess. Yeah, that's why I didn't grow it out for the longest time, because I didn't like taking care of it, but it was honestly Matt. Matt said something to me at the College World Series last year. He's like, you have such a great hairline. I swear, I'm not trying to brag. He's like, you have such a great hairline. Why aren't you growing it out? And I was like, you know what? I should grow it out and see what happens. So here we are. Yeah, Chance says lunch. Yeah, I can't remember what our exact plan is in that regard. Jimmy says this is fun. Thank you, Jimmy. I'll be here all week. Skip the main show and just do this. Yeah, I couldn't do a solo show, but I guess if I just sat around just responding to prompts for 4 hours, I could probably do that. Schaefer's at practice right now. He's got photos and videos. So for those of you who still have Facebook, go subscribe. I think Nick's about to play the Open, so I'm going to shut up.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, I don't know if this is an omen for tomorrow or not, but today's show definitely has an Eastern Iowa flavor to it.
Oh.
Does it?
I'll explain.
Does it?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Hello. And boy, when we say we are everywhere, we are everywhere. Or in the words of Connor Happer, wherever we be, we be.
We do be.
I be at Charles Schwab Field, the home of the College World Series and the home of Creighton baseball, who tonight will play South Dakota State. Josh, we be in Planet Houston, where Nebraska is getting ready for the Sweet 16 against the Iowa Hawkeyes. And Nick is in Midtown Omaha in our studios at 50th and Capitol. So wherever we be, we be.
Is the lag still there, Nick? Is it still really terrible right now?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on. I won't know until you react to something John says. John, say something crazy.
Josh is smart.
Oh, yep, there's lag.
I'm just kidding. I was just joking with you.
Okay.
I think we're good to go. I think I could.
All right.
I think I figured out what I did wrong. During the open, I started clapping, and then I heard pauses in the song, and so I think I caused the lag myself. So I will not clap during any opens that we play moving forward the rest of the show.
No more
that
clapping.
Would probably be a good idea. No more
clapping.
Welcome to a Wednesday Grum. Let's get to the Grum Down.
Grum down.
Here on the Zone Radio Network.
Oh,
which of
fun
course
color
includes
choice.
What on earth are we doing on this show?
Zone.
It looks really good, John.
It's just I don't even know what you're talking about. It's black, it's red, it's white.
It's black and gold. What are you saying? It's black and red.
It's more of a highlighter yellow.
Unreal.
The torch has been passed. Alan Huss takes over. We'll have some clips from today's media conference. And don't forget, Coach Huss will join Happer and Schaefer tomorrow at 9 a.m. That's because the Grum will be joined by Greg McDermott. Coach Mack joins us. First time we're going to hear from him since the announcement of his official retirement. He will join us at 4 p.m. today. So Coach Mack today at 4, Coach Huss tomorrow with Happer and Schaefer at 9 a.m. Houston, we have a Husker problem. I've been wanting to say that forever. No, just yes. I mean, Houston's going to have a Husker problem. That's all. They're going to have a lot of Nebraskans down there.
There were only like 12 people wearing Husker gear on my flight today. I was expecting more, but that's probably because most of them are flying here tomorrow.
Yeah,
or
I think
at least
the red wave is coming tomorrow, Josh.
We were again on the very early 6 a.m. flight, so it makes sense why people wouldn't have been on the flight that we were on earlier today.
The CSC, a.k.a. NIL Go, has a Husker problem, too.
This was a wild story. Wild story from our friend Max Olson.
From our friend Max Olson of ESPN. I told you that today's Grum has an Eastern Iowa tinge to it. Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Hawkeyes. Normally we only talk to him maybe twice, because depending if we get him for 25 teams and Black Friday, but sometimes it's just Black Friday. Now we're getting him for basketball in late March. I never would have guessed. But Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Hawkeyes, just like Coach Mack, both from Eastern Iowa.
Go
Eastern Iowa flavor today. But He will join us here in about 10 minutes or so to preview the Iowa side of the matchup. It is opening night of Major League Baseball. Yankees and Giants tonight on Netflix. We will make our 2026 baseball picks, where we each get $100 of phony money, and we will place them on a variety of season props. And we'll see how badly we do at the end of the – no one yet, since we've been doing this bit the last, 3-4 years, no one has made more than $100. In other words, no one has made back your fake money.
But I did famously, I think, win more than you
did.
last year.
You guys, you won last year.
Yeah.
You made more money, but none of us have made back our phony $100.
That's pathetic.
I'm going to fix that this year.
Okay.
Last night, the Jays rally here. Meanwhile, the Huskers roll on the diamond down in Manhattan, Kansas. Hubert Davis is out at North Carolina. But what about Bill Self? And it's Wednesday. It's Dumb Debates Day.
Nice.
Let's go, baby.
You can send us your dumb debates in a variety of different ways. The two most popular ways are the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. Please use the hashtag dumb debates. And we will, we'll occasionally we get to ones that are sent day of. I still have an archive of those from the past. We will put to the front of the line any dumb debates that have to do with Iowa trash talk or Nebraska, Iowa, or anything that has to do with Huskers and Hawkeyes. We will slide those to the front of the page.
Nebraska trash talk, Iowa praise.
Let's not be silly.
Wait, is this in dumb debates or is this a separate segment? I'm confused.
No, in dumb debates. I'm just saying in dumb debates, if we get anything that is tilted towards tomorrow night's game or slandering Iowa, or Casey's Pizza, what's better, Casey's Pizza or Valentino's Pizza, whatever.
It's the easiest dumb debate ever.
We will slide all of those to the front of the line tonight on dumb debate. So just to give you a little extra motivation to get yours in now, Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, use the hashtag dumb debates. It's at USC 1620. That's our address. Or the Old Man Doug Equitable Bank Zone inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Also, I guess you could text in your dumb debates into the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Josh has the text machine in front of him. You can also use that to call us, 402-951-1620. But as we said, Josh is in Houston. He and Mike Schaefer are part of the zone team that is down there for the Sweet 16. And as you said during the crossover, no overt signs yet of any massive takeover, but I'll be curious to see as the day wears on and how tomorrow looks. Also, Houston's so kind of spread out. I kind of wonder if you won't really get a good sense until you actually get to the game tomorrow night how many people made it in, just because I get a feeling that, with Oklahoma City, a lot of that stuff is really centered around downtown. With Houston, it's such a spread out place, and a lot of and people didn't have as much time to necessarily make plans. Also, there may not be as many people just because it's harder to get to. But I don't know if you'll find out really until tomorrow night just how big the Nebraska caravan was down to Planet Houston.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. You heard a lot of the stuff last week about this time pretty much from people who were at Bricktown, right? And they're like, whoa, it is invaded with Husker fans. People were seeing, license plates on their way down. This is such a big city, so many restaurants that Michael thinks are mid that you can go check out. But I don't think you're going to find a whole lot of spots that are just going to be, full of Husker fans. And you're right. Like, even though we didn't know officially until last Sunday that they were going to Oklahoma City, people had been booking that trip as a contingency essentially once Nebraska, I don't know, John, maybe mid to late December, certainly at the turn of the new year after they beat like a Michigan State or an Indiana. Like, it became very realistic that, okay, they could be a top 4 seed. They could be going to Oklahoma City. This, you didn't even know which region they would finish in if they were able to make it to the second weekend. and we didn't know that until last Sunday. So I still think there's obviously going to be a lot of fans. I'm guessing we're not going to really hear a whole lot of the, whoa, this place was taken over on Wednesday night like we did last week. But I could obviously be wrong. I know, like, Jack is on his plane right now. He's going to Dallas first, though. He's going to Dallas, and then he's flying to Houston. And, you know, all the flights are super expensive right now. So we'll see what the day brings. But I'm with you. I think the majority of the people are going to fly in tomorrow, and we're going to hear about them when we're actually inside the arena.
And don't forget, all of our coverage is brought to you by Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, where Nick and I will be tomorrow for the Grum from 2 until 5. And don't forget, we've got all your coverage of the NCAA men's tournament right here on 1620 The Zone. But coming up next here on the Grum, it is time to preview a little bit of what we expect to see tomorrow night with the voice of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Gary Dolphin. Joins us next. I'm assuming, well, he would be already in Planet Houston as well. So stick around, stay right there. Got a great show for you. And also, don't forget, Coach Mack will join us at 4 o'clock. First interview since the announcement of his retirement. Busy Grum today. Great to have you with us here on the Zone Radio Network, 1620 The Zone.
All right, let's see. What are we chatting about? Jimmy says we need man on the street stuff after the game. If Iowa wins, we need Nebraska fans on camera. So the problem with that is I will immediately be coming back here so we can podcast. And that's what everybody else will be doing too. So none of that. I mean, I probably will have some video of people walking out of the arena no matter what the result is. But no, I won't be able to do any interviews. Do a video, Josh, how to repair drywall. Max says, did the station get new headphones? They sound good. Yeah, these are actually just purchased this week by one of our engineers, and he allowed me to take them down here, which was very appreciative. Fight says, scale of 1 to 10, how worried are you about being able to fly home? Well, Jack just sent out a tweet. Let me read it. Let's see. Very scary. Now, I don't think this will happen, but maybe I'm just an idiot. TSA says it is on the verge of closing airports. This shutdown triggers security, and then it goes ... So I can't see what the rest of the headline is, but obviously that is frightening. Scale 1 to 10. I'm probably at like to get home, I'm like at a 3. To get delayed, I think I'm at like a 7. Like by Sunday, you know how it is. The end of a trip, you are just so ready to go home, and good Lord, I will be so ready to go home by Sunday. So it sucks. You know, there was a lot of people that posted the flights at Dallas yesterday, and it was like, hey, just take Dallas and then drive 4 hours. And, you know, I guess in theory, if I would have thought about that, I could have done it the other day, you know, done that. Because we booked our boss booked these flights on Sunday. We told him what we wanted to do, and he was like, sweet, take care of it, and we'll pay you back. And so we did that, and we're good to go. But if I would have known that TSA was going to be a disaster in Houston, I mean, like that. Here's what's interesting, though. You drive to Dallas, that's 4 hours. Then you go through TSA, that is like about 5 hours. So it's like, what's more enjoyable, driving 4 and then going through TSA, even though it's about 5 hours, or doing it 5 hours here? I guess I'll just have to make sure my headphones are charged so I can listen to podcasts or something. Let's see. Ooh, Ian, I planted some stuff on Stibbs when I was dropping him off, and if all goes planned, it might close the airport. That is awesome. That is awesome. Let's see. Ron, Gary Dolphin, more like Squidward's dad. Wow, harsh. Chance writes, Chance is in Texas. I'm headed to the game tomorrow afternoon and driving back to Austin directly after. I'm assuming quite a few fans from around Texas will do similar. If we make it to Saturday, I may stay that night. Chance, I'm super interested to see what that looks like, because Michael brought up that point on Monday's interview. I didn't realize it that, like, what did he say? Like 2 of the 3 biggest alumni bases are here in Texas. Like, that's pretty wild. So I'm excited to see what that looks like, and how many people, you know, if he ends up being correct, basically, that there are more Husker fans than Houston fans. That'd be pretty nuts. Pretty nuts. Jordan, just drive back. You could stay a night at the Star Wars house. Yeah, it's pretty wild to think like that we are halfway there. I just got a text from somebody. That Max guy in the chat is right. Your headset and board sounds fantastic. I'm going to respond to this person who is also in the chat right now with a big let's go. So yeah, we got a new board, which is a Tascam Mixcast 4. It is sick. It is sick. This is not mine, but I want to buy one now for my home rig. So we'll see. And the headsets are Sennheisers. These are the mics that they use in the booth for calling games. So I'm not surprised that these sound as good as they do. Yeah, because the ones we brought down last week were a little janky because they were old. Jordan says, what did it take? 6 years for a new board? See, what's funny, Jordan, this isn't that kind of new board. This is just one for like traveling on the road. This is like kind of like what we used last week. We used a Roadcaster, which is Caleb's. This is a different brand. And I was told by a great friend of the Grum, Ian, when I purchased or when my coworker bought this, he was like, I like it better, actually. So pretty sick. Pretty sick. Oh, there is Ian. Sennheiser makes a great broadcast mic. Tascam makes great, reliable stuff. Yeah, I like it. It's thin, too. It wasn't that heavy. It looks really clean. Because I just have a tiny rig at home, so we'll see eventually. That's always the dream. But I really like it. Plus, I forgot to do this. Next time I give a good take, I need to remind myself to give myself a round of applause. And then, when I have a hot take, let's see, I'm trying to remember the other ones I have. John has a bad take. Got him. What's this one? Nothing, okay. John says a curse word. Hey, John, you. Troy says, great job last weekend and the prep and running the show in KC, Josh. Okay, see, Josh, I think Jack really appreciate it. Thank you, Troy. Let's kick some butt tonight. Here's the other one that I didn't play. Ooh. That's the Husker fans getting ready for the game. Yeah. Jordan says, boo anytime Nick says something. Literally anything. Boo him. What's this one? Okay, that's weird. I don't want to do that. Great question, Josh. All right, I just got to remember to actually do that. Just bleep out Nick from talking. He would be so pissed. What book did you read on the flight? Actually, no book on the flight. I'm finishing up. Let me go get it. How much time do we have? Yeah, we have like a minute. I'm reading this book right now called Shadowban. Shadowbahn. I hate it. But I am like 50 pages from being done. It's only 300 pages. I hate it. It is horrible. It is horrible. But I want to finish it. I don't want to DNF this because I've already read so much. It's terrible, though. I cannot stand it. I can't wait to be done. I listen to podcasts. No, I listen to podcasts. I didn't raw dog. I was too tired to read. I read a little at the airport, and then we got on the plane, and I don't know what happened. I felt like I got hit by a ton of bricks. So I turned on a little Bill Simmons and closed my eyes. Listen to Schick and Nick. Listen to other stuff, too. So, yeah. Don't worry. I wasn't sitting there like a freak. I'm normal. Jordan, ice cream at the airport. Too early for the ice cream. Wow, Adam, that's crazy. I think Nick is buttering up Gary. He's been talking to him for 90 seconds.
Welcome back. John and Josh, Nick with you today here on the program. And don't forget, tomorrow Nick and I will be over at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 168th and West Center. We will have our pregame tailgate before our coverage shifts over to Westwood 1 for the coverage of the Sweet 16. And that is where our next guest is right now. But he's representing the other guys, the Iowa Hawkeyes. You know, I was mentioning, Gary, before we brought you on, usually we get you maybe once or twice a year, once before the season, and then once before the Black Friday game. Got to say, this is a little different. bringing you on here. I did not expect that this was going to be the case a 3 months ago, talking about a Nebraska-Iowa Sweet 16 game, but here we are.
Yeah, but first off, John and Josh, have you gotten Kent Pavelka's permission to carry the Westwood One signal? I mean, I can't believe you're not carrying the voice of the Huskers.
Well,
as goofy as he gets sometimes.
Who's going to be the goofier though tomorrow night if they win? You or Ken?
Well, I'll guarantee it'll be him. It won't be me. I mean, I'll be happy and delighted if the Hawks win the tiebreaker. But you're right. Who would have thought in mid-November, early December, although the Huskers had a pretty good win streak going by then, the Hawks were just trying to figure out, okay, is Ben McCullum legit? Yeah, he won 31 games at Drake, 4 national championships at the Division II level. And now the Big Ten, how would he do? And, they certainly had their ups and downs. They had 6-game winning streak and then a 3 or 4 game losing streak. But I tell enough people that I go back to the days when I covered Bo Ryan at Wisconsin Platteville. He won 4 Division III national championships. That worked out pretty good for Bo. So I was pretty confident that Ben would get it done at Iowa and still will. But I got to tell you, I didn't see 22, 23 wins coming, and you knock off the number 1 seeded defending champion Florida Gators. That was something else the other night. The last time I can remember seeing or calling a shot like that, it would have been Kevin Gamble's 3 at the jump shot at the buzzer to beat Oklahoma to get to the Elite 8 up in Seattle. I think it was 90. No, actually it was 87. Tom Davis had that 30 win team then. And so it doesn't happen very often like that, but this is only my second Sweet 16. So I'm delighted. The other one was in 99 down in Phoenix, and the Hawks lost, I think, a 4 or 5 point game to the eventual national champion Connecticut Huskies. So it's a thrill to be here. I know Nebraska feels the same way. I know Freddie feels the same way for the Huskers to get to 20-0 before the conference schedule is always going to jump up and bite you at some point. And then they had 2 great games in Iowa City and obviously the overtime game just a few weeks ago at Pinnacle Bank. So I suspect it'll be another game just like that.
Gary, you mentioned the Sweet 16. I'm curious, how much had that been a talking point over the whether it was like this season or the last X number of years? It's like time flies so fast that when they said that on the TV broadcast on Sunday, it kind of hit me like, oh my gosh, I just hadn't put together that it had been that long. Obviously it means a lot to get here. Had that been something that had really been the focus of the fan base over the last, 5-10 years or so?
Yeah, I don't think. Well, I shouldn't say it hasn't been because I'm a fan. We're all fans of our in-state institutions, and I thought maybe, and I'm pretty close to the end of my career. I've been doing this for 50 years, not all at Iowa, but 28 or 29 at Iowa. And I thought, okay, the window's slowly closing on my broadcast career. And I figured if it didn't happen with Luka Garza, who was a 2-time National Player of the Year, if it didn't happen with the Murray twins or Jordan Bohannon or Peyton Sanford, it's probably not going to happen. And then boom, look what happened. Price Sanford leaves Iowa to go to Nebraska. There was nobody left other than a walk-on guard who's a great kid, and Jacob Cook. And what happens? He brings, I think a real key was that Ben brought not 1, not 2, but 6 former Drake Bulldogs with him. So they knew the system when they got to Iowa City, and Ben wasn't going to change anything philosophically. It took Cooper Koch a while to figure it out. And now he's hit like 25 threes in the last, 5 games, 4 games. It started in Lincoln when he knocked down, I think, 18 that day, a career high on 5 or 6 threes. And so it took a while for Ben's system to sink in. And now I'm sitting here. It's a great question, by the way, or a great comment. I was sitting here last night thinking, this team's in the Sweet 16. You think about that. And look who they beat. They beat a 24-win Clemson team and a 27-win defending national champion Florida team. So I think it speaks volumes for just what March Madness is all about. And we've been seeing a lot of madness here in the last couple of weeks.
Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Hawkeyes, joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You mentioned Koch a moment ago. Hit the 6 threes in Lincoln, had 4 in the win over Florida. Is it as simple to say that it just took him time to get the system? Because, the last month or so has been his best basketball of the season.
Yeah, it is and it isn't. We forget the kid was a pure freshman a year ago. Came in as a top 100 player. I think he was ranked 60th or something out of Metamora and Peoria, and developed a lung, I'm not sure it's an infection, but an upper body respiratory illness that really was serious. And he ended up at university hospitals, couldn't figure out exactly what it was, or they didn't feel they could treat it. They sent him to the Mayo Clinic, and it was a very serious lung affliction. And he said, well, I don't want it to end my career. And the doctors at Mayo, who are the best in the world, said, well, look, you need to take this year off, do these exercises, take this medication, and you should be fine. Well, that's not exactly a ringing endorsement for playing basketball in the Big Ten. But he took the year off. He redshirted. And so and my point is he really didn't play or shoot or practice a whole lot last year. So the beginning of the year, this year, was him just reworking himself, reworking the body, getting used to the day-and-day rigors of big-time Division I basketball. And about mid-season is when he took off. He got his confidence back, had a couple good games, then dipped. The Hawks lost some tough games at Penn State, at Maryland, but he was really spectacular when he did feel good. Wasn't tearing the cover off the lid off the basket, but he was scoring 10 here, 12 there, 14. And then the last third of the season, you could see, he's a catch and shoot guy. He's not a standstill guy. At 6'8", he can play multiple positions, and he'll be critical tomorrow. But I think he's just a more confident shooter. He was always a great shooter. He's now got that confidence level back full bore.
Gary, Bennett Sturtz, of course, has been such a big storyline throughout the season. He struggled in the tournament, only made 9 of 33 total attempts so far, 0 of 9 from 3 in the most recent game, that win over Florida. How much of that is how he is being defended right now, and how much of it do you think is him? And I guess the follow-up, of course, is I'm curious what you think of his performance tomorrow and what you're expecting to see here down in Houston.
Yeah, he got that question a lot today, guys, at the general media session over at the Toyota Center. He said it's both. He said, and it's to your former point, he is being doubled, sometimes tripled. They're trying to get the ball out of his hands. But what he is a great passer. He might be a better passer than he is a shooter, and he's a phenomenal shooter, as you know. So he had 25 in the first game against the Huskers over in Iowa City. But he said today they had a different guarding plan in mind, and it worked. He said. And he struggled the other night, but he had 5 assists, including, as you know, the one heard around the world, the last one to Fulgaris in the corner for 3. And that's where this is going. If Tavion Banks, who had 20 the other night, Cale Combs had a career high 18 at Pinnacle Bank in that overtime game. If those guys can continue to step up and support Bennett, then he's going to get single coverage, then he's going to get step back threes. He's going to be able to take the ball to the rim. So it's really the explanation you've heard forever about team basketball. That is, help your superstar out. Magic had great players around him. Michael had great players around him. Bird had great players around him. They can't go 1-on-5, but they can go 5-on-5 and put up great numbers. So I look for that kind of effort out of the other guys. It's the other guys, and they have to do it in the defensive end too, because Bennett Sturtz is going to play 40 minutes, if not 39 and a half. And to me, the key is, you got to keep Sam Hoiberg out of the lane. He's such a great drive and kick guy because, and the first guy he's looking for, obviously, is Price Sanford. Jamarcus is also a guy who can drive, but he's pretty much looking for his pick and pop or his jump shot. But it's a real critical that the Hawkeyes defend Hoiberg just like it is the Huskers defending Bennett Sturtz.
The voice of the Hawkeyes, Gary Dolphin, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. You mentioned Banks a moment ago, had 20 in the win over Florida, but I look back at the win in Iowa City, and he had 4 offensive rebounds in that first game. And, of course, in a low-scoring game, anytime you get an extra possession, absolutely huge. what does he need to be tomorrow night? What are his most critical aspects in his minutes?
Well, you answered your question. It's rebounding and defense. The Hawks can defend. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
They got Florida playing its pace, their pace. You know, I watched that Prairie View game the other evening after Clemson, and they put up an NCAA record 45 field goals and 115 points. Now, granted, Iowa's not Prairie View A&M, but your head was spinning on your shoulders watching the Gators, and now you understood why they won the national championship a year ago. But I also noticed in the notes that they had a lot of come from behind wins last year and this year. So they didn't get a little lazy, up until the 10-minute mark. And the other night, once Iowa got them in their type of game, they could not come back. They came back and tied it. They're down 12, came back and tied it. But the Hawks held their own on the backboards. They led rebounding the entire game. Now think about that. They've got a 7'2" guy, a couple 6'11s, and a 6'10", and one of them was Condon, who was just off the charts against the Hawks, and yet they held them. In the end, it was 27-27 on the backboards, but Iowa had nearly half of their 27 were offensive rebounds. So there's no doubt in my mind where this game gets won tomorrow night. It's on the glass, and certainly guarding Rink Mast and guarding Price Sanford. You got to play great perimeter defense, and then obviously go get the misses.
Gary, this is the third meeting between these two teams in like 40 days or something like that. Does that benefit either side, or do you think that pretty much evens it and it's just going to come down to who's able to execute? And I guess if they could scout and find anything that has changed since their most recent matchup just a couple of weeks ago.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up because Bobby Hansen, who's been in a few big games in his career, he's played in the Final Four. He won a world championship with the Bulls. And I said to him this morning, I said, look, neither team needs a scouting report. They don't, we're not looking at Nebraska for the first time, and Freddie's not scratching his head figuring out how to stop the Hawkeyes. So what's the difference, Bobby Hansen? He goes, well, let me tell you what Michael Jordan told me one time. Got to make shots. Simple as that. You got to make shots. Now, the Hawks are 5-1 on a neutral floor this year. So I like that number. But Bobby said whether it's in a Final Four, Elite Eight, Sweet 16, neutral setting, you got to make shots. Now, both teams have great shooters. So look at the field goal percentage, boys, tomorrow night, because both teams, I think, will get to the free throw line. What I like about this time of year is they don't call it real close. They let them play. So screen and make shots. That's your winner tomorrow night.
Gary, obviously the first matchup was much more of a grinder. It was in the 50s. Second matchup, the points got up there. Is it too simplistic to say that Iowa's best chance is to keep the game low scoring and in the 50s? Or have these last couple of games shown that, and you just mentioned making shots, that Iowa can win those games when they get up into the 60s or low 70s?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll guarantee you it's the slower pace. Keep it in the high 50s or 60s if you're Iowa. That's how Ben McCollum wins. I mean, until, it's his first year, until he has a chance to go get some 6'10", 6'11 guys like a Rink Mast, like a Buchton Gel, then he's got to play it the way he feels he can win. And, Clemson had 61 points the other night. They're averaging, I think, 75 or 80. Florida was over 80 points a game. What'd they end up with? I don't remember the score, but it was in the 70s. So if you hold a Nebraska or Clemson or Florida to 12 to 15 points below what they're normally used to scoring, you got a great chance to win, especially with the Sturts and the way Tavian Banks is playing, the way Cooper Koch is shooting now. So it's definitely benefits Iowa to play the more deliberate style.
Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Well, Gary, I mean, I would not have guessed this, in the 15 or so years since Nebraska joined Iowa's conference, that we'd be talking about a basketball game being the biggest game ever between these two schools. But here we are. This is it. And certainly I know a lot of people around here are hoping that this win can maybe erase some of the bad vibes of the last few seasons on the football field. Should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing how the crowd breakout is and how many Hawk fans make it down there, because I don't know if you know this, but Nebraska fans traveled really, really well last week.
Oh yeah, we were watching the activity down in, where was it, Oklahoma City, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it was amazing. And of course, I'm a Big Ten guy, so I'm always pulling for the Big Ten teams. And you think about this: it's Iowa, Nebraska, and Illinois. Illinois plays Houston, so it's kind of a mini Big Ten conference tournament. And Kelvin Sampson, I got to know Kelvin well when he was a coach at Indiana. So there's a lot of Big Ten blood flowing tomorrow night and Saturday. And may the best team win. And I've been chuckling the last couple of weeks over the euphoria of Nebraska winning its first ever NCAA tournament game.
Right.
And now it's their second ever. You know what? Lose that mantra. They're in the tournament. There's no guarantee. That's what makes this event, maybe outside of the Super Bowl, the single greatest sporting event on the planet. To get to the tournament is so doggone hard to do, whether you lose or win. And that's why it's great to see so many Nebraska fans, because Hoiberg's the best. I mean, he's a great coach. He's a great person. And I look for just a real, as Dizzy Dean used to say, a real Donnybrook tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening.
Gary, appreciate it. Have a great call. We really thank you for the time.
Okay, boys. Go Hawks, go Huskers.
There he is, Gary Dolphin.
Thanks,
the
Gary.
voice of the Iowa Hawkeyes, joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
A go Huskers from Gary. He really is a Big Ten guy. You've never finished one of your Creighton, Nebraska calls by saying go Jays, go Huskers.
Well, it's because, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stick with my team.
Interesting.
Famously, Nebraska and Creighton aren't in the same conference, so I don't have to kowtow to that kind of stuff.
So if Nebraska left and joined the Big East, would you be rooting on the Skurs in this game? You got to get those Big East units.
Oh, that'd be interesting. Yeah. Maybe not. I don't know.
What a fun conversation, man. This Iowa team, Gary said it at the beginning. I was going to ask him a question about, like, when did you know that they could do this? But it's so unique because they were a 9 seed, right? Like, at a certain point, it becomes less about do I know they can do it and more do I hope that they can do it? Can they get the right breaks? Can they play a really good basketball game? And, of course, that's what they were able to do versus Florida. I came away. I know that, a lot of Husker fans watched the first game in Iowa City, and they were like, this team stinks. It was the way that the refs called the game. That was why Nebraska lost, et cetera, et cetera. And look, I do think that there was some over physicality in that game. I came away impressed because I think that they're a really well-coached basketball team. I think we saw that the second time they played as they came back at the end against Nebraska forcing overtime. And we certainly saw it last week against Florida. The thing, John, that blew me away the most on Sunday was that we have seen an 8-9 versus a 1 seed game like that a million times, right? Where the 8 or 9 seed is up early and they're leading in the half and everyone's like, whoa, there's going to be an upset. And then the 1 seed comes roaring back. And that's what Florida did. That they took that punch and that they responded. That's the thing that I don't think we would have seen that from a whole lot of basketball teams in this tournament. Nebraska did the same thing, not as a 1 seed or as an 8 or a 9, whatever, but against Vandy, they led pretty much front to back, but there was the stretch in the second half where Vandy started scoring more points and knocking in all those threes. They got up by as many as 5, and Nebraska responded to their punch. So in a way, I think 2 teams that got to this spot in a similar way, one against the defending champs, one against a team in Vandy that had just beaten the defending champs, and the third time that they've seen each other in the last month and a half. I can't wait to see the atmosphere tomorrow as these 2 teams and their fan bases make their way to to Houston.
One of the things that's a little concerning if you're a Nebraska fan is that Iowa has put together, and you look at the points, you just look at the raw points and your eyes don't pop out necessarily. You scored 67 on Clemson and 73 on Florida. But when you look at the efficiency and you look at, and I'm looking at Bart Torvik right now, 2 of their 5 games this year where their offensive efficiency was over 140 happened in the NCAA tournament. They've only had 5 games this year where they've had an offensive efficiency in the 140s, but 2 of them have happened in consecutive games against Clemson and against Florida. So while, and I think Gary's right, obviously a lower scoring, lower possession game benefits Iowa because that is their DNA. They have kind of learned here down the stretch that they can win with a little bit more offense. They can win with a little bit better shooting. And keep in mind, this is all happening because Bennett Sturtz, essentially from really January, February, he was a 24 to 28 point a game guy. I mean, he was carrying the load. He had the 25 against Nebraska in late February. The last 4 or 5 games, he's been basically sitting around 15, 16 points. He's been a pretty good facilitator, as Gary mentioned, good passer all season long. But everybody else around him, like Koch and others, they are rounding better into form. And so this team, even though this is going to be the third matchup in, like you said, roughly 40 days or so, it feels like Iowa offensively is a better team today than they were when they played them the first time. And so this matchup, we saw kind of 2 different matchups between these schools. The more defensive grinder game in Iowa City, a little more free-flowing offensively in Lincoln. I don't know what necessarily to expect, but if I had to lean one way or another, based on the way the games are usually called, I wonder if this game could still end up in the upper 60s, 70s. And while you would say on the surface, oh, well, that would benefit Nebraska, I'm not so sure because I think Iowa's playing a little bit better on the offensive side and making shots. So I think at the end of the day, it really comes down to Nebraska's defense. I think it's going to be Nebraska's defense that's going to tell us a lot about what happens. If they can lock Iowa down, if they can keep Sturtz at bay and make other people beat them, I think that's going to be their better chance at winning because that's essentially what they did in Lincoln.
Yeah, for sure. And a big thing, too, how this game is called. Like we saw multiple times last week in Oklahoma City, Bryce Sanford fighting through screens and getting some of those holding calls on him, especially late against Vanderbilt. That was some big-time stuff. And I know in the first game, a lot of people are like, why aren't those calls being made? They were made a bit more in Lincoln. And so how the game is officiated, we're going to be saying the same thing, John, on Friday when we're talking about the St. John's Duke game. And you know it. If St. John's is able to play up on the Blue Devils, I think that's going to favor them. If it's a quick whistle for the officials, it's going to favor Duke. I think you could say the same thing tomorrow about it. If I was able to do the stuff that they were able to do in Iowa City, I think that favors the Hawkeyes. If they're blowing those whistles early, it's going to favor Nebraska.
All right, still to come. We've got dumb debates today. Don't forget, Greg McDermott, his first one-on-one interview since stepping down as head coach of the Blue Jays, retiring. The press conference was today. He'll be coming up at 4 o'clock. But speaking of that press conference, we got a few of the clips from Alan Huss today from the McDermott Center. We will have that coming up next, so stay right there. We've got a lot more to come. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Josh is in Houston. I am here at Charles Schwab Field. All of our coverage this week of the Sweet 16 presented by Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill. And that's where we will be. The Grum will tomorrow. Well, at least 2/3 of the Grum will be there. 168th and West Center. Looking forward to being there for Oscars ahead of tip-off tomorrow night. On the Zone Radio Network, 1620 The Zone.
Speaking of all the hoops, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. The basketball just over 24 hours away. 4 more games tomorrow, 4 more games on Friday. And if you download that Underdog Fantasy app right now, John, you can use it in the glorious state of Nebraska. Find a player that you love, maybe on the team wearing red. Find a player you dislike, maybe a team wearing black and gold. And go higher or lower on a variety of stats, points, rebounds, assists, and so much more. John, if the folks get the pick right, they could win up to 5,000 times their cash.
And also watch for those profit boosters. They come out every day, different sports. You can make even more on your picks. So download the Underdog app today. Use our promo code 1620 The Zone to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620 The Zone. With Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
All right, chat. What are we talking about? All Man, Jimmy wants me to talk. Why do you want me to talk baseball? I'm not your baseball guy. I'll be honest. I've been doing too much basketball stuff. I haven't even watched them. Charles says baseball. Gosh darn it, guys. Baseball? I'm in Houston. I'm getting ready for hoops. We know. Thank you, Charles. Troy writes, is there a Star Wars theme for the Airbnb in Houston? Sadly, no. The theme here is minimalism. It is. I mean, I would say it's clean, but it's really not like the. I think this is a house that people come in, they have fun, and they party because there's like scuffs on the walls and all sorts of stuff like that. So the theme is definitely like Bachelor or, I don't know, like a poorer version of Ryan Gosling's character in Crazy Stupid Love, if anybody has seen that. Yeah, Troy says best available I like. Yeah, it was solid in terms of the price. The price was pretty good. And here's the thing that's important for us doing the pod tomorrow night, which will also be simulcast on the Zone. That is the arena's really close. So super important. J-Man, Super Chat's open for the ID Club again. Josh, I'll contribute this time. They are indeed. Supers will be open. Baymon, is it you, Shafe, and Jack staying there? No, Jack. So Jack's kids ended up coming down, and so they found a different place that is super close by. So it'll be Stibbs, Shafe, and me here, and then Jack and his family there. And again, they are super close by. Baymon, I'll try not to curse on tomorrow night's pod. Thank you, Baymon. Always appreciative, but it's no big deal. This one will definitely be earlier than the. Uh-oh. All right. Let's see. Everyone fly down, asked Troy. So Shafe and I came today. Jack and Stibbs and his kids are in the air right now. They're going to Dallas first. So they're arriving here in like 3.5 hours. Hey, listen, Chef. Look, you guys hanging sad. Yeah, originally when we booked it, it was going to be us three. And so that's a bummer. Laszlo, as long as we still get some Jack crisscross applesauce. Oh, yeah. Crisscross applesauce. I got to do that. Didn't really have time in the last segment. No close-ups. Nice. McMaster calling in again could be entertaining like the post-Vaney show. He was, at least he certainly sounded inebriated. I'm guessing it's. I don't think. Well, who knows? It could be a new record. What if they? I mean, if they win, they're going to the Elite Eight and they beat Iowa in the process. That's going to be a cause for a celebration. Cause for a big celebration. The show account just got a text. Do we have the bright socks? Oh yeah, we got them. We got them.
You can enter McMaster's matchup for your shot at $250 without even swinging a club. There will be 20 entrants randomly selected. Each one will be matched up with a pro golfer, and if your golfer takes home the win, you score $250. You can register now at 1620thezone.com until Sunday, April the 5th. Apparently, there's a golf tournament of great significance coming up very soon. I believe that is the tournament that folks are talking about. But I'm not sure if I can say that tournament because they'll come after me with some kind of, legal suit or something. But
that's
anyway,
a good job by you, John.
You just go to 1620thezone.com. I've heard that this tournament in the past has had an issue banning certain things. So I want to be very careful. Very careful what I say.
The
but
YouTube of sports.
Yeah, it's like playing music in the YouTube stream. And also, John, there's no way. If you and I tried to get credentials, there's no way that they would let us get credentials. We would get turned down immediately.
Oh, absolutely. Well, thankfully, I did not get turned down today when I walked into the McDermott Center for the press conference featuring Alan Huss. And that was the one thing that stood out right away. And by the way, Greg McDermott will be joining us here in about 30 minutes here on the Grum. This today was all about Alan Huss. Greg McDermott, yes, he did do a side session with the media, but it was after the formal press conference was done. The press conference today was all about introducing Alan Huss as the next head coach of Creighton basketball. And that was something that Huss pointed out, saying, that's typical. Normally in a circumstance like this, and when I say typical, it's typical of Greg McDermott, where, it's always about others. It's not about himself. In a lot of other circumstances, this would have been like more of a ceremonial passing of the baton. One coach leaves, the other coach comes in. But today, outside of Greg McDermott sitting in the back of the audience, this was all about Alan Huss. So here's a little bit of what was said today, and this is part of the Q&A session that happened. By the way, we'll have a complete recap of today's events tonight on the Creighton Athletics Hour at 6 p.m., right after the Grum here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. But here's a little bit of a taste of what happened today. Here's the first clip talking about how Huss is going to attempt to continue on the success, not only from Greg McDermott, but the coach that he played for, Dana Altman.
When I took the job at High Point and got my opportunity, to the best of my ability, I went down to High Point, North Carolina, and tried to replicate every facet of this program that we could possibly copy. We did that because it's been successful. We did that because we feel like this is a winning formula, and we're going to stay committed to those same processes. Like I said, maybe tweak the defense just a little bit, but again, as much as I'd like to take credit for that, that's something that Coach Mack and I have been talking about. So if it works, 100% my idea, and if it doesn't, Max.
And that was, there's a lot of people that are wondering, and I was on a different radio show yesterday, and I was asked about, what do we expect to see that's different? We're not going to see, I don't think, a lot different on offense. Keep in mind that Huss was essentially the offensive coordinator, not just this year, but even the last couple of years when he was here as an assistant the first time. And he mentioned it at the press conference today, the let it fly, having guys that are selfless, pass the ball, find the open shooter, shoot the three. That's not changing. But it was interesting to hear him talk a little bit more about trying to ratchet up a little more of the pressure. I'm assuming he's talking about on-ball pressure defensively, because that's never been something that Mac's teams have done at Creighton. But if you look across the Big East, just comparing yourself to your peers, and you look at some of the teams that have had a lot of success, obviously St. John's has been able to do that. Seton Hall was able to completely turn its fortunes around by being defensive-minded. I don't know if Creighton's going to go to that level, but to try to force more turnovers and get extra possessions, Creighton has not been that kind of a team. And so I'll be very fascinated to see if that transition, while keeping, your skill set on offense, is possible. But that was something that certainly caught my attention today at the press conference.
Yeah, it's like almost the idea, John, of like the bones of the operation aren't going to change a whole lot. And he mentions it there, there's a reason that they have had the success that they have had over, the last decade and a half or so. So I'm always curious in situations like this where it's not even like it's like a person who's in the family, but it has been outside the family. This is a guy who has been in the family, left, but then came back into the family yet again after not being gone for very long. And so he knows what makes this place tick. He obviously has his own ideas. And so what little changes and little differences will we see over the next, season, and then beyond, obviously, after that. But those are going to be really fun things to watch when basketball season returns next year.
Here's a little more from Alan Huss today from the Q&A session. Nick cut 3. This is Alan Huss on staying together.
I don't know that I've ever been associated with a team that's stayed together off the floor through so many ups and downs quite like this team has. From injuries on the floor and all the things that happened off the floor. This group's been up, it's been down, it's been around, and they've stayed together. They've been really good friends for each other. I have no doubts that they'll take away lasting friendships. As far as carrying that onto the court, I think it's something we've got to practice. For whatever reason this season, we fell out of a little bit of practice, probably mostly due to some injuries, but we'll get back to the same processes that have allowed us to do it for the last couple decades.
The question was asked about, because one of the things that Huss mentioned in his opening statement was coaching the joy, right? Playing with a little more joy. And it's natural when you have a season that is as disappointing as this one, and you couple that with, some of the early injuries that happen to key players. And obviously, the situation with Josh Dix's mom, it was hard to keep spirits as high as we have seen in years past. But one of the things that he hopes to do is, to make the game fun again and have a little bit more fun with things. And that's going to be one of his core principles.
Pesky Blues writes on the YouTube chat, he says, listening to Huss on some post games this year, it's clear he wants to lean into the physicality the league allows and kind of requires, going back to the first answer. And so, again, those little things are going to be something to see for sure.
Couple more from Alan Huss, and again, we'll have a complete recap of his day and that press conference tonight on the Creighton Athletics Hour at 6 o'clock. Also, Coach Huss will join Happer and Schaefer tomorrow at 9 a.m. But here was Huss on what he has learned as a coach.
When the first time you get a head coaching job, the first thing you do is appreciate the guy that was sitting to your right or your left, depending on where your seat on the bench is, at a much greater level. You understand the difficult decisions that have to be made. I don't know that that's necessarily new in college basketball. I think that's always been the case. But especially with all the new external factors that are affecting our sport and NCAA athletics as a whole, there's a lot of moving parts. And being able to manage all that as an assistant coach, it's easy to sit there and say, let's go get them, rock them, sock them, tough guy. But when you have to manage the relationships and deal with all these moving parts and really think 2 moves ahead to what's going to happen if we don't manage or massage this relationship or whatever's going on here, there's just a lot of nuance involved. And I think as an assistant, you sit there and you try to figure out, what you would do in the situation if given the opportunity. You try to support your boss when they ask for it. You try to give your opinion when they ask for it, but then, when you're the head coach, you just fully appreciate all the things that go through or go into those decisions that have to be made. And there's a handful every day that are impactful to the direction of the program.
And one final question was asked by John Walker, the World Herald. I thought it's always good when you ask, these introspective questions about, what would you have thought of this moment when you were younger? He asked Huss today, what would the Alan Huss of 1997, who walked onto Creighton's campus for the very first time and as a first-year player, what would that Alan Huss have said to today's Alan Huss? Cut 6.
I think the 97 version would probably say, we got lucky. I think that's probably the only thing that guy could say. Holy cow. Like how fortunate, how blessed. I can't even come up with words. Like I would have never imagined this. I didn't set out for this. It's truly amazing.
I love that. I mean, because who shows up on campus saying, I hope to be the head coach someday, and then
right.
Who actually gets to do that? That's pretty cool.
Well, and Huss tells a story at the beginning of his opening statement today, because he was not a starter. He was if there were 15 guys, he was probably the 14th guy that played. He tells a story, and longtime Creighton supporters will recognize the name Doc Bevilacqua. He was a Omaha physician who freely gave his time to essentially be the team physician and did it for many, many years. And he was telling a story about how Doc Bevilacqua and Red McManus, the late former Blue Jay coach, were talking at the end of one season and were pointing out Huss and said something to the effect of, that guy Huss, he's a senior, right? He said, yeah. Said, thank God, because I don't want to watch him play again next season. So, he can go back to those days. And Huss readily admits, hey, I was not a great player. I knew kind of early on that I wasn't going to be a big deal. But, he goes back to a very special time in Creighton history. He was there on the bench for that big win over Florida in the early 2000s with Dana Altman, probably at that point the signature win in program history. So you not only get the changing of the guard and a younger generation coming in, but it's still someone who actually goes back deeper and further than the guy that preceded him, right? Because Greg McDermott wasn't from Creighton, but he goes back to the Altman days and he can remember some of the legends that were here prior. And so there's still that connectivity, even though you're going over to a new generation and someone who is going to have a completely different look and view of what Creighton basketball needs to be, while all at the same time trying to maintain the same levels of culture and accountability that this program's had for a very long time. Should be a very interesting next few months to see, just how he operates off the court from that capacity, because the Jays are going to be going through another, decent roster turnover, with guys leaving either by graduation or the transfer portal. And also with the recruiting. Jaden Kuhn, one of their top recruits, last night decided to reopen his commitment after learning of Greg McDermott's retirement. Still says he's going to keep Creighton in mind, but, some of those pieces all now need to be put together in a whole new era of college basketball. And that was one thing Mac talked about, was he thinks Huss is more geared for that than he was. And we'll certainly hear more from Mac about that coming up. All right, we'll take a break. We will be back. Greg McDermott joins us at the top of the hour. We got our baseball picks to come and our friend of the program of the day. All here. I'm here at Charles Schwab Field. Josh is in Houston for the Sweet 16. You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Sorry, I had to disappear. had to go talk to Schaefer. He's getting ready to do one of our great reports brought to you by Oscars. I'm going to have so much fun tomorrow, but I'll be honest in that I wish I was having Oscars wings for dinner to go with the basketball game.
Hello, Tri-Cities! Unsportsmanlike conduct has a new home in central Nebraska. We welcome all of our new friends of the program while also introducing the fine but geographically challenged folks from Omaha to our new radio neighbors. You see, to many of us from the Big O, everything west of Gretna is western Nebraska. Except, strangely, Lincoln, whom we look at like our ugly, unwanted stepbrother. Now, let's get to know some of the folks in our new listening audience. It's the Friends of the Program of the Day on 1620 The Zone and the all-new 97.7 The Zone.
It is time to welcome a new friend of the Grum. Today, we are going to just outside of Grand Island, Nebraska, one of the three Tri-Cities, and welcome, hey, Abbott! Because we all know we like timely pop culture references like Abbott and Costello. Abbott, Nebraska, ladies and gentlemen, new friend of the Grum. There they are, located there in beautiful Hall County. Not sure if they were affected by the Night of the Twisters. Probably weren't because they're too small to be hit by a tornado. The tornado couldn't find them. But there they are, Abbott, Nebraska. Welcome to our Grumiverse. Can we call it the Grumiverse? Or universe called the Grumverse?
Just maybe the Grumverse, John. Just the
Grumverse?
Yeah.
Okay, that works. Grumverse.
Is Hey a Bat? Is that a baseball segment or something like that, or is it for some reason? Because when you said timely, I thought it was like a baseball thing, but maybe I'm an absolute idiot.
It's Abbott and Costello, right?
It's Abbott and Costello. You know, everyone in the audience knows who Abbott and Costello is, right?
Yeah,
That's why I like to make those timely pop culture references.
Tell me about Abbott, John.
Abbott, well, it is another unincorporated town. As I said, it's just northwest of Grand Island. It was established in 1887. They had a post office for 50 years. And then in 1937, they lost their post office. The community
What
was
happened
named.
to it? Was it one of those twisters?
I have no. The twisters happened in 1980. This was 1937. The community was named after Othman A. Abbott, the first lieutenant governor of Nebraska. This is how you know the lieutenant governor has a meaningless position. You name a town that died after him. Because in 1938, they had 75 inhabitants.
In what year they had 75?
1938.
Yikes.
Needless
what do
to say,
now?
they have
like
not
two
grown.
people?
There might be. I can't quite zoom in on this picture, but it looks like might be a farm building there of some kind, maybe a machine shed of some kind. So there might be like a family there that doesn't even realize they're in Abbott. They just think they're outside of Grand Island.
They got the road. They got West Abbott Road,
nearest...
so the city has a road at least, so that's nice.
They do have a road. But welcome to the Grum, Abbott, Nebraska.
The nearest disc golf course is Stolly Park in Grand Island. It's a bit of
How far away is that?
It's on the other side. It's not that bad of a track,
It's
I guess.
on the other side.
It's fine.
The other side of what? Of Abbott? There's like two sides.
Other side of Grand Island.
Mm.
So you have to go to the big city.
So is this, Nick, is this the first of these that we have done so far where there is not a disc golf course like truly next door? You actually have to go somewhere if you're going to play disc golf here?
No, we've had a few that are basically in the next big town over.
Okay.
The next big
town. So I was going to say this is my favorite town so far. Shout out to you, Abbott. You're my favorite so far. You don't have a disc golf course.
Okay. All right, coming up, before we get to Coach Mack, who will join us at the top of the hour, it's time to make our Major League Baseball picks. We each get $100 in play money. We're going to make our baseball prop picks for 2026 before the Giants and the Yankees get first pitch and the season underway tonight in San Francisco. Speaking of baseball, that's where I'm at here at Charles Schwab Field. We got Creighton and South Dakota State tonight on Yacht Rock 1180.
Oh, it's Connor Happer. What up,
Are you sure
Happer?
that's not Glenn Sis?
No, that's Happer. Glenn has never moved like that before.
Oh, I didn't even know what you were talking about. I couldn't see him.
That's why I kept saying it's Connor Happer.
He's dressed in all black.
Hi, Happer.
Apparently, it is a blackout tonight. Connor's in the blackout. All right,
Hi,
we'll be
Happer.
back. Baseball picks. Coach Mack coming up next. 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Steve says, if I went to Abbott, Nebraska, I would go ape crazy because I'm a big city person. Yeah, me too. Me too.
How about that? This is Mel Allen. It's time for This Weekend Baseball. It's actually time for This Season in Baseball. So we've been doing this the last few years. By the way, Greg McDermott joining us at the top of the hour. Where instead of just usually making boring old predictions, baseball is the original sport with gambling involved. You remember things such as the Black Sox and throwing the World Series.
Yeah, what was it like being at that game, John?
Wouldn't know. I would not show my face at a White Sox.
That's why he doesn't know what.
I would not show my face at a White Sox game. Those dirty, dirty White Sox. So we take $100 for $10, and we pick props, season props for Major League Baseball. In the history of this segment, nobody has won back their money.
No.
Everybody has lost money. So we've invested $100 fake dollars. We've usually either lost it all or lost a decent chunk of it. So this year, we're going to try to do a little bit better.
Oh, yeah.
And make better picks. So, Josh, I thought I would start with you. What are your prop picks with your fake $100 for Major League Baseball?
Well, I have a bit of a pattern here, John. I'm going to involve my favorite teams because famously I have two favorite baseball teams. Go Mariners, go Royals. We're going to sprinkle. We're going to do a little tiny sprinkle on the Seattle Mariners to get it done. A $10 bet with 12 to 1 odds. So we would win $130 because, again, when you cash that check, you get both the 10 that you bet and the money that you won. Let's go with an alternate line here. John, what do you think about this? Orioles over 90 wins. 90-plus wins for the Orioles at plus 170.
Now, I know Farron yesterday talked about how the AL East could have 5 teams contending, but could there be a little cannibalization where they kind of eat wins away from each other? I don't hate that pick. That's a little chancy. Surprised you only got plus 170. I thought you'd get a little more on that.
Yeah, those jerks. I'm going to go Aaron Judge, 50-plus home runs. I was looking at who will win the home run crown, but I decided just to go with the Judge 50-plus homer prop, plus 104. I sprinkled $10 on that one. I went with Nick's favorite baseball player, Mr. Paul Skeens.
I love Paul Skeens.
To win the NL Cy Young, $20 would pay a cool $48 for a total return of $68 off of that one. I'm going, John, I had the Dodgers in, was it Hot Take Market recently? I think it was under 103.5 wins. This honestly feels like an easy bet. They've struggled in the regular season the last couple of years. We talked about that with Farron yesterday. So let me go Dodgers under. Royals, go Royals over 82.5 wins. And I finished off, I decided to put my, second biggest bet on an exact Yankees to beat the Dodgers in the World Series. Plus 3,000, $20. So that would pay 600. So I'd win, or I'd take home 620 if that one were to take place.
All right, there you go. So, well, of course, you're canceling yourself out. You got the Mariners to win the series and the Yankees to win the series.
Sprinkle, John. It's called sprinkling. If either one of those hit, I would win everything. I'd be totally game. Sprinkle.
All right,
John.
Nick.
You gotta know how to bet like a man. That's what I am.
All right. Well, Nick, what do you, oh, look at this. Look at this. Another Rockies bet. How many times are you going to learn your lesson about betting anything about the Rockies going over?
So mine was a combination of vibes and tingles. You know, I get tingles about things, and sometimes I'm right. First, it's the Rockies over 55.5 wins. There's no way they're losing 100 games in a row, 4 years in a row. That's insane. For AL MVP, I'm picking Nick Kurtz of the Athletics.
Who's that? Say that again, Nick.
His name is Nick Kurtz.
Why don't you just say it naturally? Just let it flow. Why do you have to put that gap in the middle between his first and his last name?
Because
just say it naturally.
Sometimes I get mush mouth, John, and I just want to make sure that Nick Kurtz is getting the proper naming that he deserves, especially if he's going to be the AL MVP.
Okay.
Paul Skeens, NL Cy Young, obviously. Bobby Witt Jr., 30-plus regular season home runs. I think he's going to do it. Now, here's my tingle. I call this the tingle zone, right? We're in the tingle zone right now.
Oh, great. You're picking the Colts to win again?
The Mets. I'm picking the Mets to win the NL and the World Series. That's not a parlay.
What's his name, John? He's going to tear his Achilles later this season, so good luck to him.
I have my fiance's Yankees at 90-plus wins. That feels like a gimme.
You had to pick the fiance's Yankees.
Look, dear, I picked your Yankees to do something good. I love you, dear.
And Kyle Schwarber to be the regular season home run leader because this is the tingle zone.
Oh, boy, Schwarber. Interesting, Nick.
Yeah.
His prop was, strangely, his prop was higher than Cal Raleigh. You know, Cal Raleigh famously had the 60 home run season last year. But I think his home run prop, his over-under was like 39.5 home runs. And I think Schwarber's was like 41 or 42. So Schwarber is actually projected to have more home runs this year than Cal Raleigh, who led the league in home runs last year. All right. So there's Nick's. And now to mine. I'm going to vibe with Josh on his Royals. I think the Royals win the American League Central. The Tigers are actually the favorite, but as you'll see a little bit later on, I don't know if the Tigers are going to do well this year. I'm going to pick the Royals to win the AL Central. That's a plus 210. I'm going to put $10 on that to pay 31. This next one is an emotional hedge bet. I believe in the Cubs.
Do you?
I believe in the Cubs. But I know that the Brewers are dirty rat bastards. And they are going to screw with us like they do every stinking year. So I'm going to put $7 on the Brewers to win the NL Central. I don't believe they'll win the NL Central. I'm going to believe in my team until about the fourth inning tomorrow when they're trailing the Nats 6-0. I'm going to put $7 on the Brewers to win the AL Central at plus 230 to pay $23.10.
Okay.
I'm going to go with a division-winning parlay. I like the Yankees in the East and the Mariners in the West. I'm going to put $10 on that. That's a plus 450. To show you my loyalty in the Cubs, I got the Cubs winning 90 or more games. I have the Athletics winning 70 or more games. I'll put $20 on that. I like Alex Bregman, new Cubs third baseman, to have over 21.5 home runs. I'll put $13 on that. I think the wind, my forecast models say the wind is blowing out this year at Wrigley Field. So Alex Bregman, over 21.5 home runs. I'm going to go a 14 parlay of the Yanks, the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, and the Mariners to each get over 80 wins. That'll play plus 109. The Tigers will miss the playoffs. And I've got the Dodgers beating the Yankees in the World Series at plus 1,700. That would pay $85 on a $5 bet.
Why do you hate my future wife, John?
What do you mean?
I
don't hate your future wife. I just think the Dodgers will beat the Yankees in the World Series.
You were invited to our wedding, and this is your gift?
You haven't seen my gift yet. You'll be lucky.
Round of applause, boys. Round of applause.
We did it. All right. Let us welcome in, as we make this transition from talking baseball to our next guest, I'm reminded of the infamous words of Lee Elia, the former Cubs manager who went on that famous rant that lasted like 3 minutes where he used a lot of colorful metaphors. He once described Cub fans as being unemployed saying 85% of the bleeping world is working. The other 15% come out here and dog cuss my team. Well, someone who's about to join the 15%, meaning the unemployed, is our next guest. It's Greg McDermott, the soon-to-be former head coach of the Creighton Blue Jays. Mac, are you ready to be joining the list of the unemployed?
Did you lay awake all night last night thinking of that one?
I did. I did. Pretty good, huh?
That's good for you.
Mac, what are you going to miss least about working with John?
Oh, good Lord.
Let's just say what I'm looking forward to the most is not working with John. How about that? No,
that's a good answer.
And he's actually been a great friend. We've had a lot of fun together.
Yes, we have. Appreciate it, Mac. Thank you very much. What was today like for you? Being just sitting in the back, you were sitting in the back of the room today, letting Al Huss take the center stage and get introduced. What was that like for you?
Just really, really proud. I've worked with Al. It's kind of funny. One of the first times I met Al, he was a coach at Decatur Christian, and I was recruiting one of his players, and we ended up at Al's parents' house for dinner that night. So I met him a long time ago, and then obviously had the opportunity to work with him 6 years here, and then his 2 years at High Point, and then having him be able to come back here, and then seeing him today. Obviously, he's ready for this challenge, and it is a challenge because this world is changing and it's changing fast. And the reality of it is, when NIL hit, if it weren't for Al Huss, we'd have been in trouble. He had a plan. We were able to get boots on the ground and get that plan in action, and that allowed us to be successful and until the rest of the world kind of caught up and surpassed us.
Mac, what most excites you about this opportunity for him as he takes over the program from you?
Yeah, I mean, I just think I coached at Northern Iowa, my alma mater, and there's something really special about that when you can lead a place where you actually wore that uniform and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in that uniform. It's just it's a different approach, and it's the care level and the responsibility to make sure things are done the right way. It's a little different when it's your school, and Al's poured his heart and soul into every one of our teams that he's been part of in the 7 years he's been here. And I'm just excited to sit on the sideline and watch. He had his hands all over the offense this year, and we're able to institute some of his terminology to make the transition a little smoother. But he'll do some things his own way too, which will be fun for me to watch.
At what point did you know that not necessarily that he would be the guy to replace you, that you had a feeling he could be a guy to replace you, or at least just venture out on his own and be a successful head coach?
Yeah, I mean, it was important to me, John, that if it was possible, now the stars don't always align, but if you could have one of your guys come back and replace you and, kind of take the torch and move forward, that's pretty special from a head coaching perspective. And, D-Rock was out there doing good things. And, obviously Steve Lutz gets a great job at Oklahoma State. D-Rock goes to Indiana. And, Al was having so much success at High Point that it wasn't going to be long for he was at a high major either. So, I knew when he left to go to High Point what he was capable of. I wasn't sure that he'd be able to flip High Point as fast as he did. But obviously their success the 2 years that he was there, and then their success this year in the NCAA tournament, obviously his fingerprints are all over that. So he's a brilliant tactician. He's a relentless recruiter, incredibly organized, and he's got a plan, and he'll get everybody on board to follow that plan.
Mac, a year ago when you made this decision and you started thinking about, what the next year or however long it was going to last, like, I'm curious if this then year unfolded how you thought it would, maybe from the timeline of, or the perspective of the timeline on the decision, or how much you were or weren't thinking about your future. Like, was this year what you expected it to be 1 year ago today?
I mean, obviously we didn't win as much as I would have hoped. And obviously this team dealt with a lot on the floor from an injury perspective, and then off the floor with Josh's mom's situation. It was just a lot for a group of young people. It's a lot for me, and I'm an adult. So, from that perspective, we didn't live up to the expectation we have and the standard we have for this program. But when I made the decision to bring Al back, I assured him it wasn't going to be a Jim Boeheim type situation where 15 years later, I'm going to move on down the road. It was going to be 1 or 2 years, and it just felt like the right time. And, this profession has given me a lot. I've loved what I've done for 37 years. It really hasn't felt like a job, but there's parts of it that are frustrating, and it's not anybody's fault. It's not the kid's fault. It's not the coach's fault. But college athletics is a little bit of a runaway train right now. And I didn't want to get to the point where I was bitter and I left because I was bitter about a profession that's given me so much. So I wanted to leave feeling good about things, and I do. I'm at peace and excited to watch this next chapter under Coach Huss.
How, Mac, did the timeline then come about? Because obviously it was kind of left open-ended last fall or last spring when you announced that Huss was coming back and he would be the coach in waiting. But how did that process work out for you? How much were you thinking about the decision you eventually made throughout the course of the last year, or was it something that you really tried to bury until you had time to actually process it?
I tried to bury it as much as possible. I think it's human nature. Maybe it pops up once in a while. But I tried not to think about it very much and was trying to get to the end of the season. And my preference would have been to wait until the season was over and make the announcement then when we didn't have any games left. But me being in limbo was not fair to Coach Huss and the job he needs to do from a recruiting and retention standpoint of our current team. So that's why after spending 4 or 5 days really in Scottsdale by myself doing some thinking and, I decided to do it when I did it because I think it's in the best interest of the program.
And that kind of leads me into the next question, Mac. It always felt like you weren't the type that wanted to do a last dance. You didn't want to make a decision and then go through a whole season where, well, here's the last time I'm in this building. Here's the last time I'm doing this. You really tried to avoid that, didn't you?
I did. I didn't. Number one, I think that takes you away from what you're supposed to be thinking about and concentrating on. So I didn't approach it that way. The last game in CHI, probably a little bit of emotion there, just in case it was the last one, and the last practice there and so forth. But I tried not to think about it a lot. Tried to stay true to these guys and give them my best effort throughout the season.
Mac, did like you said, you weren't trying to think about it during the year, and then you thought about it over the last few days. When I can't imagine you were like doing a whiteboard, right, of like the pros and cons of returning. But I do wonder if the way that the season unfolded, if there was like that party that was like, man, like that, I would like to have a better one to go out with, or was that just given what you want for the future and why this is the right time? Did that even play a part for you?
Yeah, and I think I told the media at some point, and John probably wasn't paying attention when I said it, but the way this year ended, good or bad, was going to have no bearing on my decision. I feel really good about the 16 years, and I was able to go to Charlotte last night and watch Doug and Kalk share an NBA floor, and talk about the from the beginning to the end, from 2010 till 2025 when Kalk finished, to see those two worlds kind of collide on an NBA floor last night was really gratifying, really fun for me, and brought back a lot of great memories from both of their teams and the exciting moments that we had, but most importantly, the relationships that I have with a lot of the guys that I've coached. So this year, it really had no impact one way or the other. Whether it was a good year, bad year, I was not going to allow that to really cloud my decision.
Max, speaking of relationships, what do you see your relationship being with Creighton basketball in the future?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it means a lot to me, and if it didn't, I wouldn't have worked so hard to try to get Coach Huss back here. But I want to make sure I give him the space that he needs, but also be there if he needs me in any way. So, I'm going to continue to help the program in any way I can, whether that's a little fundraising or whatever that might be. But I want to make sure Al has all the resources necessary to have a chance to be successful, and that I'm a sounding board if he needs me. Now, I don't think he's going to need me a lot, but I'll be there certainly if he does.
Mac, I've talked to a lot of coaches. I've talked to a lot of players over the years who are in the throes of their careers or even an individual season, and it's always, what's next, what's next, what's next. I wonder now that there isn't that next, do you allow yourself to, sit back and think of, obviously the relationships are there, but, we spent a lot of time the other day talking about the jump up from the Missouri Valley to the Big East and the success. There is so much to be proud of. Do you allow yourself now that moment to look back on the scrapbook that is your coaching career, if you will?
Yeah, probably not yet. Certainly will at some point. I'm in the middle of trying to return, 500 or 600 emails and text messages. Many from my former players or, people that I've met at the different stops that I've continued to have great relationships with. So, that part of it is kind of where my focus is right now. There's a lot of people that have impacted my life in a huge way. And I'm hearing from a lot of those folks over the course of the last couple of days. And, I'm going to worry about reconnecting with them first. And then as time goes on, I'll look back and dig into the archives and, watch some of these games that were pretty special at the time.
Greg McDermott joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. As you mentioned, it's been 37 years as a coach, but, if you go back in your playing days, whether it was right after Northern Iowa, even back into high school, competitive athletics have been at the center of your life for over 4 decades, and being in the competitive arena. Do you think there's going to be an internal struggle of filling the void of not having the next game to prepare for or the next challenge? Will you try to fill that with something else, or is that part of your life that you're like, I've competed long enough, I don't need to compete anymore?
Yeah, it's been 42 years of being part of a team, and that starting with my first year in college. So, that part of it is going to be a little bit of a challenge probably because there's, that's really what I'm going to miss the most is that when you're part of a team, it's the relationships you build. It's being in the foxhole together and going to work on a practice plan, on a game plan. It's sitting around in the coach's meeting room trying to come up with the best possible scenario to give us the best chance to win. We go to lunch a lot as a coaching staff, and there's a lot of laughs and a good way to unwind in the middle of the day. So there's a lot of those parts that I'm really going to miss. Certainly the practice floor is something that's pretty special to me, and I think that when that rolls around next September, October, that part's going to be a little bit hard. But I'm going to take a little time and just take a deep breath. And see what opportunities are out there. If something interests me, great. If not, I'll play as much golf as I can.
Mac, I want to go back to what you said earlier in the conversation about not wanting to leave the sport bitter. Is there, or were there coaches that you have spoken to that had that bitterness that you were like, I don't want to have that, and so I'm going to make sure to be cognizant of it as my career comes to a close?
Yeah, let's be honest, there's a lot of guys that have gotten out of it. And, on the football side and the basketball side, because it's just, I grew up in a different era of coaching. I was a Division II coach, and those guys were happy to have a scholarship and opportunity to play. Very few of them went on and played professionally overseas after they finished their career with me. But they're all successful businessmen and husbands and fathers, and they've stayed really connected. That part of it is going to be different, certainly. But there's a lot of things I'm going to miss. But I really think the relationships with the guys is probably at the forefront.
Mac, you have always been family centered. Every huddle that gets broke, it's broke with the word family. And speaking of your actual family beyond the basketball family, I hear from a lot of people that spend a lot of time in fields such as yours where, they regret missing out on time spent with the family. Now, granted, basketball is a big deal in your family because of Doug. And I know you've done I've always admired the way you've been able to, incorporate your family, whether it's Nick or Sid or obviously Teresa, Doug with obvious reasons. But I'm curious if you feel like you owe them some time back over the last for what's happened the last 30, 40 years.
Yeah, I mean, I got the 4 bonus years with Doug, that were incredible. Obviously Sid and Nick, a lot of their childhood, I was gone, and as I was for Doug, and didn't have the opportunity to watch all their games and their competitions because I was out watching somebody else's kid or coaching somebody else's kid. So, obviously to have the freedom to go spend some time with Nick or go spend some time with Sid, or, last night was the first time I've watched Doug play in a Sacramento King uniform, and he's been there 2 years. It hadn't worked out with our schedules where I could make that happen. So, those are things you can't get back. So, I'm looking forward to part of that, and, just, not having the responsibility of showing up somewhere the next day and you decide if you want to go do something you haven't done before. So that part of it really excites me, and we'll be able to do some things as a family we haven't been able to do for a long time.
Mac, one final one. I'm going to rip one off from John Walker, who asked Huss kind of a similar question, but I'm curious what you think that coach at Wayne State in 1997 would have thought about how this basketball journey turned out. What do you think Greg McDermott of 1997 would have thought?
Well, it's 1994, so you really haven't done your homework, which doesn't.
Well, but you were there in 97 too.
Yeah, us was 1997. That's when he started here. If there is the internet.
I know this, but I wanted to be symmetry.
It'd be nice if you could be accurate and get a fact checker.
Were you in Wayne in 1997 or not?
I was, but I started there in 1994. So do you want to know what the guy that started in 94, the guy that had 3 years of experience?
I can't imagine the guy who had 3 years of experience in Wayne, Nebraska, outside of knowing how to get sauced out of his mind, would probably have a whole lot of more to say, but fine.
You better be careful what you say about Wayne. I'll give him your address up there.
I got a restraining order in Wayne County. They won't let me there. All right, fine.
But,
what would
yeah,
1994?
I understand the question that you tried to ask, and I'll answer the best I can. He would be amazed at the journey, and he would be grateful for the relationships, for this game has taken, me all over this world, and, the thousands of people I've met in Grand Forks and Wayne and Fargo and Cedar Falls and Ames and Omaha. It's been incredible. And, I'd have never guessed that. So, it's been a fun journey. I've enjoyed every second of it. Some of the radio interviews I could do without, but the rest of it has been pretty darn good. And I leave here with my head high, and roll damn Jays. Always be cheering for the Blue Jays.
Okay, well, it was kind of a tough week, dealing with all of the emotions. But after these last, couple of exchanges, I no longer feel those emotions anymore. Cannot wait to be treated more respectfully by Alan Huss in the future.
Hey, if you need somebody to help write some questions before the Rutgers game, I can have some of my staff reach out to you, so we get the names and the numbers and all that stuff right.
Good grief.
Get him the notes, Rob Anderson. Get him the notes.
I've got a little bit more time on my hand. I could help you a little bit.
I'm sure you could. I can't, man. I hope there's a TV spot for you in the future, so I could just nitpick every little thing about what you said, and then cut it up and make you sound like just an absolute idiot. Anyway, Mac, thanks.
I can do that on my own.
I know. All right, Mac. We'll see you next week. It ain't quite over yet. Really appreciate the time. And go enjoy some time to yourself.
I will. Thanks, guys. I always appreciate you.
You bet.
Thank you,
Greg
Mac.
Joining us on the Prairie Flyer Casino Zone hotline.
David texted into the show. He said this has been a really good Frank interview. He's touched on more things than I thought he would. I agree.
But you think about it, Mac has been that way. If you ask him a question, he'll give you an answer.
Mm-hmm. He's always been honest about the NIL stuff, man. I mean, like, this has come up.
Yes,
this is not the first time that I have heard him, whether it's straight up say, well, I mean, I don't think he'd ever said as much as he did today about it, but it's obvious that the game has changed and that it has been frustrating for him. Like, he has said that before. It's a different age of college basketball. I love, though, that he wanted to get out before he is bitter, because, I think that there are some of these coaches that do stick around in it just too long, and they're like, now I don't like the sport that this is my job. This is the reason for my being, And so I like that he recognized, what, for better and for worse, this is not the sport that I started in, and I want to get out now before I have a different feeling about it.
I was thinking about this morning, kind of thinking back through, the different interviews that we've done. And he at times after losses is actually better than he is after wins. And I'm not saying his comments after wins weren't good, but he had a way of really being able to kind of be introspective and also kind of tell you, okay, here's what happened, here's why it went wrong, here's what we need to fix. I mean, you would get sometimes better answers from him. And I'm just talking about our post-game interviews, not necessarily the media sessions afterwards, because I'm not involved in those. But so he's always been good at addressing things head on. I didn't really want to talk about this, but you think back to the controversy, from a few years ago, and I'll never forget what he said, because I did the first interview with him after all that stuff went down, and I'll never forget what he said. He said, "You got a job to do, John. Ask your questions." And then he answered it very honestly and forthrightly, with a very forthright attitude. And that's the way he's always been. He's always been really good with the media, And some people get a little frustrated about, well, why does this guy get, covered this way? And why does this guy, get covered a different way? Well, a lot of it is when there's a respect, right? Mac respected the job that we had to do. And you never got those Mick Cronin moments where you're like, are you talking back to me? Type. He wouldn't do that. That wasn't in his nature, because he understood, even if he didn't like the question, or even if maybe he disagreed with the direction the question was coming from.
Are you raising your voice at me?
It would, you're raising your voice at me. He would always, be respectful. Even you had to look, and there were ways, if you knew Mac, you knew that, hey, that question bothered him. But he would never try to embarrass or humiliate somebody. And that was really important. It's important in terms of just being a respectful person, but also in selling your program and selling, what it is you're trying to be, doing things the right way, doing things with class. Go back and watch the video. I think it's still the most watched video Creighton Athletics has ever put out. The post-game talk after the San Diego State loss in the Elite Eight, with the controversy and the way that game ended, he wouldn't talk about that. He didn't talk about that. We, even in private moments, if that game somehow came up, I never heard him say a crossword or, man, those guys really screwed us, or that guy really screwed us, or it just wasn't in his nature. Because he was all about the process.
Yeah, April CU alum in YouTube writes, Mac was so good with all the student reporters with the Craytonian. I mean, John, not to get too awkward, but I reported one time on a Greg McDermott contract extension. Nothing weird about that one, though. Nothing weird when that happened. Also, to bring a little more hilarity to the end of this convo, Bill writes, few things better than 15 minutes of Mac flipping Bishop crap. I told someone a story recently. I don't remember who I was talking to. I said, I'm going to miss the Hope Lodge interviews. And then I said, but I'm sure we'll still see him at those from time to time, because my favorite part of that event every year, beyond just the emotion and the specialness of it, is when he arrives. It's always during a segment, and then we go to break, and then he sits there, and it's a lot of roasting, and it's a lot of ball busting. I remember it was the right before the Chiefs Bengals AFC Championship game, and he was having a lot of opinions on the Patrick Mahomes ankle injury, and like I always have loved that because that's the only time I ever get to see him in person every year, and
Yeah.
it was always enjoyable. And and then of course the most memorable thing every time is wow, he has such a big hand, and every time he shakes my hand, I feel like it's just going to get swallowed up in there. So I'm gonna miss chatting with him. I talk to him 2-3 times a year probably, and I'm gonna certainly miss those conversations moving forward.
I am efforting, and my files are only so deep, but I'm going to attempt to find, because I've heard from a lot of people, who say I love the post-game interviews because of the way you guys go back and forth. I'm trying to go back through some of my files and find some of those moments and try to do a montage that will share here either on the Grum and probably on the radio broadcast next week from Las Vegas. But I am starting that process. I know there's going to be a lot that don't make the cut because I don't have every single game saved. But I am efforting some of Mac's greatest barbs. I still never forget the time during the crossover when Nick was still here, Nick Baugh, where I called Mac Frankenstein because of the way he would walk out to the post game, and he used to carry this. He used to drink out of this giant ass bottle of water. I mean, it was one of those like 2-liter bottles of water. It looked like the respirator tank on a scuba gear, right? And he would walk out and he'd kind of, the way he wouldn't slam it onto the table, but he would just kind of, and so I remember calling him Frankenstein, and it got back to him, and I never heard the end of it for the rest of that trip.
Mm-hmm.
Good times. All right. We're past time for break. We'll be back. We've got a lot more to come. Dumb Debates still coming up as well on 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Kids, make sure you follow us on the accounts of The Zone, 1620 The Zone on Twitter, at 1620thezone.com, because while Josh is not working, Mike Schaefer is working. He's taking videos and things. Today's Nebraska
I'm
Open
on the show with you right now. I'm literally talking to you at this exact moment right now.
Oh, okay. Anyway, it's all brought to you by Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, and that's where we will be tomorrow prior to tomorrow night's game. And, of course, you'll be able to hear all the action of the NCAA tournament right here on your home for the Final Four, 1620 The Zone. We will be at Oscar's 168th and West Center from 2 until 5. So looking forward to that and all of Shafe and Josh's coverage from Houston, also brought to you by Oscar's. We asked you a question yesterday because it came up in conversation as part of the returning production, Bill Conway's returning production graphic, of which Nebraska is third most returning production in the country based on his formula of players' experience, the stats they put up either at Nebraska or other places before they came to Nebraska. Nebraska's third most returning production. And on average, last year, the teams that were in the top 10 of returning production improved by 1 win. So that would put Nebraska in the 8-win category. So we asked you the question yesterday, would you sign the contract? If Nebraska can uphold last year's average of top 10 returning production and finish 8-4, would you sign the contract that next season Nebraska is going 8-4? Now, you can't guarantee which teams you beat, which teams you lose to, or how you lose to them. It's just a straight up finish 8-4. Would you sign on the dotted line? 24 hours later, we don't usually get this many lopsided polls, really lopsided polls, but this one is 86-14. 86% say absolutely sign me up for 8-4. Only 14% wouldn't take the deal. They'll take their chances with whatever happens.
A couple of the responses, John, that stood out to me in your mentions. Mustache Adam, if this doesn't end up being 90% yes, we have a lot of idiots out there. So Mustache Adam would say that there's a lot of idiots. Nebraska Cubby writes, we haven't seen 8 wins in a decade. How are people voting no? Coach Riley, how could you possibly say no with that schedule? We are literally going 6-6 at best next year. And along those lines, Stilo in the YouTube chat writes, not with that schedule, easiest poll question in the show's history. I think it's pretty easy, too. I think you sign that contract ASAP.
I haven't seen any there's obviously been dissenting votes, but not in terms of dissenting comments. I mean, one of the only dissenting comments was from Ka, who said, I'd like to have seen a poll. I'd like to have seen a poll for this in Bo Pelini's last year, but nah, you had already decided no. So this was someone who was triggered by, the fact that we had tried to run Bo Pelini out on a rail.
Why are you still triggered by Bo Pelini?
Nick, excellent question. That was 12 years ago. McMaster wasn't even a teenager yet, and this guy's still mad at us.
Was he even born by then?
Barely. He was alive, though. Shout out to Nick. Man, that's wild. Yeah, this is an easy yes for me, John. We talked about the reasons why. I liked one of the responses in here. You made the point that I did. This is CRH Fanatic. 8-4 would have to mean we beat either Oregon, Ohio State, Iowa, Indiana, or Illinois. I'll absolutely take it. Yeah, for sure. If you just look at the record, it would require at least one win against that group of teams. I'd say that's it'd be a massive step forward for a team that has not won 8 games literally in one single decade. Literally.
Lou writes, I get the impatience, especially after Indiana's success, but John, there was a time where we were like, why not at least a bowl game? We've been to 2. Is that an acceptance of mediocrity? Absolutely not. We were down bad. We'll take time. So he's still of the mindset of, well, this is going to take some time. So, and I'm not disagreeing that things like this can't take time, but I still believe that a lot of the dissension, a lot of the anger, the reason for the offseason of discontent or the bad vibes offseason is because last year there were a lot of promises made and promises not delivered. And the promises didn't come from us. us, you and me, us, the media, us, the pontificators. No, the promises came from inside the house that things were going to be really good, and then they were really not good. So
I'd add this too, real quick before we go to break. They lost 6 games last year. 4 of them were blowouts. I wonder in the old adage of our show, John, not all blank are treated equal. Love to know what if they lose all those games in classic groin kick fashion? All 6 losses are by a score. They all go down to the wire. Is that more frustrating or less frustrating than what they ended up having? Because I think the reason for the true bad, heinous vibes are because Minnesota won by a lot, Penn State won by a lot, Iowa won by a lot, and then Utah won by a lot. In my opinion, that's the reason. It's hard to sell optimism when you're getting blown out time after time.
All right, we'll take a break. Be back here at Charles Schwab Field. Josh is in Houston. We got dumb debates all coming up on the Zone Radio Network, 1620 The Zone.
All right, folks. Earlier, I was chatting with the listeners. That was in the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock hour, so we probably have some new people in here. This is the commercial break show as I'm live from Houston. Let me know what you would like me to opine and chat about. I'll just start reading comments. Headley says we could also start 0-4, then win 8 straight and beat all those teams mentioned. That would be, I truly cannot fathom that. I mean, obviously, because it won't happen where you lose those 3 garbage non-con games and then, the Michigan State game. But that would be insane. Also, that would be a most likely Big Ten championship participant type season. That would only mean 1 loss in league play. And they'd have tiebreakers over, all of the – I mean, yeah, they would go to the Big Ten title, right? They'd have a tiebreaker over Oregon, over Ohio State, over Indiana, barring USC or Michigan. Going undefeated or even 1 loss, they'd have a chance. D'Lo says, how'd the team look today? I don't know. I wasn't there. The practice availability was pretty much right when the show started. We ate, we came here, we got checked in. I started doing some prep. Shafe got cleaned up. He headed out to practice, and so I missed out on that. Let's see. Headley, if you could eat dinner with one person on the Nebraska basketball team, who is it and where would you take them? Who is it and where would you take them? I would probably eat with Price. Because I mean, everybody is, I guess, way younger than me. They're all Gen Z. But, I'd rather eat with an older person. I really like Price, though. And I would ask him how he developed such a fast release. Where would I take him? I mean, always good to go to a nice steakhouse. I like taking, everybody always says in Omaha Block 16. The place that I tell people when they come into town, I always say to go to Night Owl. So I'll take him to Night Owl. That place is fun. It's dark, so people maybe wouldn't see and bother him. But God, they have such good burgers and tots. Let's see. T-Snov, is this Travis maybe? Says, shared a flight with Jack and Stibbs, Omaha to Dallas, waiting to depart to Houston. Let's go, baby. Tell Jack I said what's up. Tell Stibbs I also said what's up. Don't tell Jack's kids I said what's up. Probably a little creepy if we do that. Jordan says, Bear K. He also says, sup, Josh? Glad to see you made it to Houston. Okay, hopefully the TSA agent was gentle. No touching. Everything was great. I was a little worried. I had this rig with the audio board, the mixing board that I have, plus 6 headphones, 6 headsets. And when I put it into the machine to check it, the person was like, is there electronics in here? And I said, it's basically all electronics. He was like, all right, well, we're probably going to have to search it. No searching necessary. It was great. We got in and out very, very quickly. D'Lo, 2 guys having dinner asking about a fast release. Bingo. He's like, I don't know. How did you? Oh, Todd. Thank you, Todd. Thank you for helping me out there. What up, Todd? Yeah. Price would be like, yeah, how did you develop such a fast release? I don't know. Very talented. Very, very talented. I Googled during the last commercial break, Houston TSA wait time. It seems like it's less today. It's 45 to 90 minutes, which is still obviously awful. So I'm curious. Obviously, Sunday is going to be the day to fly out of Houston because the final will be on Saturday. So if If the good Lord blesses us with a really nice long trip, that will be something that we'll have to figure out. Oh my gosh, my TV is tipping. But yeah, I'm worried about Sunday. Like when I got home on this past Sunday, so 3 days ago, I immediately was like starting to worry. Not worry. I just mentally it was like, wow, I'm gonna be I was already tired. I was like stressing myself out because I needed to get rest, and then I didn't, and I was really stressing myself out for last night. And now I'm already like pre-stressed about Sunday, which is annoying. I'm going to enjoy the next few days. We're going to have a lot of fun down here. But I also hate that it's like such a pain in the butt, especially because our flight's at noon. Like in a normal time period, like a noon flight out after what will assuredly be a late night if, again, Nebraska's playing on Saturday. Like it doesn't get much better than that. Noon direct flight, home by 2. Like that sounds great, but not when we have to worry about this stupid garbage. Let's see. Oh, good question from Headley. Wonder if Stibbs has passed the balloons he swallowed for the flight yet.
Have your lawn seen better days? Does it need a makeover? Have you been dreaming about your own backyard oasis? Well, we've got an outdoor upgrade for you, and we've teamed up with Roberts Nursery Landscape and Lawn to give you a chance to win a $10,000 backyard makeover. Not only could they do the lawn, they could do your patio, they could do your outdoor kitchen, maybe add a water feature, fireplaces, fire pits, retaining walls, landscaping, and a whole lot more. Go to 1620thezone.com, register for your chance to win a $10,000 outdoor upgrade from Roberts Nursery Landscape and Lawn. Again, 1620thezone.com. I saw today that TJ Otzelberger, the head coach at Iowa State, who is one of the rumored candidates for the North Carolina job, had one of the non-denial denials, said all the right things, but, you're not going to give away the entire ghost. I will be very curious to see where North Carolina goes, because there's not that obvious candidate. In years past, you had that great lineage of either guys who were Dean Smith guys or Roy Williams guys, which, Roy Williams basically comes off the Dean Smith tree, but you had so many different options out there. And now it's different. I'm not saying there couldn't be another Carolina guy, but is there another Carolina guy out there that wants this job that would be seen as good enough for this job? And given the new era of college athletics, where does North Carolina fit? I'm not saying North Carolina still isn't a basketball power and can't be, and they have the support. That's all true. But right now they're in the ACC. And the ACC isn't what it used to be. And if the sport continues to go in the direction it does with the realignment and all the other stuff, I'm sure North Carolina will have a seat at the table, but it's not going to be as big a seat at the table as they probably would want. Also, they got that Belichick guy, on campus as well. How much has that changed? I know it's a different sport, but how much has that kind of changed the outlook and the mindset of, who would want to come there? Who would want to coach there? What are the challenges that they face? It's a different search than recent North Carolina, pretty much any North Carolina search that we've seen in the last 30 years.
Yeah, Dave brings up a really interesting point in the YouTube chat. He says Carolina basketball is about to make their Matt Rule hire, freedom to hire from outside the family. We talked about that a lot during the crossover. Just that idea. And we've, of course, seen it around here many, many times over. They've had ups and downs, the Tar Heels have. We talked about the Doherty era. It's been different, though, of course, because even he went to the NCAA tournament. His predecessor went to a couple of Final Fours. Of course, Roy Williams went to and won national championships. And even Hubert Davis went to a national championship game. But, what cost him in that game, blowing a big lead in the second half, also cost him in the first weekend of the NCAA tournament. He always, to me, seemed like a guy that was not built to last at North Carolina. John, I never thought, and I think part of this is a bias on my part that it was a guy off of television coming in to become the head coach of North Carolina. I was always just like, that's a really odd move for a program that I hold in such high esteem. But you bring up the other stuff, the current state of the ACC as it pertains to the rest of college basketball, NIL, which goes back to point number one. I think that you bring up an interesting point with football. They're, of course, putting a lot of resources into that right now. It's very difficult. We talked about blue bloods and hoops a couple of weeks ago, and it just hasn't been super easy for them because a lot of the money has to go to football. And you wonder what that means for a North Carolina moving forward. I still think it's a great job, but as long as you are not in the Big Ten or the SEC, I mean, Pesky Blue is a great question. How attractive even is the UNC job in this day and age? Is it better than Michigan or Arizona? Like, Michigan is in one of the big two. Arizona is not, but Arizona is also in a conference, John, that when I was a kid, I viewed the ACC then how we view the Big 12 now, right? Where it's like, look at all those national championship contenders and all these really great programs. And like those two teams that Pesky Blues just mentioned, they could be national champions in a couple of weeks. So it's quite wild. I still think it's a really good job. That, for whatever reason, UNC has had more ebbs and flows than some of their other blue blood brethren in recent years. They have not fallen off like an Indiana or a UCLA has, where it's like those teams aren't blue bloods anymore. But they've also had some really rough seasons. They've always been able to bounce back up, though. Can they do that again? I certainly think that they can.
More on that to come in content, but coming up next, it's dumb debates time. Time to get in your dumb debates. 402-951-1620. You could text your dumb debates into the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline or send them to us in the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Use the hashtag dumb debates. We will discuss whatever it is you want us to discuss next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
All right, there was a question that I missed. Where was it at? Headley, have I met Paul Wall yet? No, I have not. Jordan says, are you staying the whole weekend regardless of the result tomorrow? So like the flight, that's the game plan. We will see. I mean, if they go down tomorrow, we will certainly try to get out of town. I don't really have any desire. I wouldn't want to go to the game. So I don't know. I guess it's a TBD. It's just how easy is it to change the flight, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, we'd have to eat the cost of the house, so that would suck. Let's see. Yeah, Jordan, I'm with you. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have that problem. It would also be so much less fun. David writes, here's my dumb debate. Traveling to Houston to watch history being made is stupid. I own a TV. Wow, David, okay. I'm going to copy and paste that one. That's crazy. I'm so pumped. Like, I'm trying to think of the trips that I've made over the years. So I went to, I went to Oregon in 2017. Now that was a fan trip. I did my radio show out there, but that was to go to the game as a fan, didn't go to the press box. So I traveled there. That was 2017. Went to Colorado in 2019. That was a work trip. And then John and we haven't made a trip since then for work. I'm trying to remember, am I missing anything over the last couple of years? I don't think I am. And so this is, in terms of radio work, I've done some TV stuff, obviously, on the side. So this is my first basketball trip. I've never made a basketball trip. It's been awesome. I've gone to the NCAA tournament before in Omaha. I've never gone to the NCAA tournament outside of Omaha. I had a blast. It's also fun, like the stuff that we've done down, that we did down in Oklahoma City that we're going to do down in Houston. It's so different than like some of the old school stuff that, I used to do in radio, that I still do in radio, but it was different. Like doing the house stuff last week. We're going to do the house stuff tonight. We're going to simulcast some stuff with the Zone tomorrow, and that's going to be awesome. So Sicilian says, was Boulder or Eugene better? I enjoyed both. For the most part, we actually, when I went to Oregon, we stayed in Portland for most of that trip because one of my best friends lived there at the time, and so that was really fun. Boulder was really cool. That was such a great trip, and then the game happened. Like, we would have had an all-time party overreaction, and then it just freaking sucked, man. It was so terrible. Kansas City last year was great. We had like a truly enjoyable kind of bonding time. It was the night before the game was the best. We got down there. John and I arrived late, and then we just started cracking beers and drinking booze and eating like crap, and we watched a bunch of random stuff too. It was good. Mustache Adam, I'm curious how many people you all run into that were in OKC last weekend in Houston this weekend. Would be an indicator of how football fans would handle going to multiple sites. Yeah, for sure. Adam, I was thinking about that. Because I've always thought, if they made the playoff, like I would try to go to the first game, but it's like no way I could go to the other ones. Now, this is turning. It's both. It's fun and it's work at the same time. But whether it's club and us selling stuff, the zone selling stuff, like it's been awesome. And so like it makes me think it's a lot more doable than I would have ever expected. It's just you got to get sponsors and supporters along the way. Let's see. Max, Eugene is better than Boulder. Both great campuses, though. Yeah, I ran the Eugene Marathon 2 years ago. It was so awesome. It's still one of the most memorable days of my life. Can't believe it's been 2 years. Was super, super fun. Super, super fun. It's also wild how close Eugene and Corvallis are. It's crazy how close they are. Pesky Blue, speaking of brews, can anyone confirm that Yingling is now in Council Bluffs? Yeah, I thought I heard the same thing there, Pesky. I thought I heard the same thing. I've always thought Yingling is overrated. I like posting a picture of a Yingling can just for the clout. Just for the clout. Somebody in the text machine said that North Carolina should hire Ben McCollum. Man, that'd be wild. I will say this, and this is a topic for a different day, probably once we get past hoops. Now it looks like we're about to come back, so never mind. Maybe not. I heard so many people just talking trash about the football team last week, and like how it's almost like leave us alone. We're basketball now. There's something to be said for the really young fans, and talking to Jack's son in particular about how he feels, just like the old fans are always like holding it over him that he never saw the good stuff. All right, now we are coming back. Interesting.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Max are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around,
even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Time again for Dumb Debates. This is the opportunity for you to take over the Grum by asking us a variety of different questions on a variety of different subjects. Could be sports, could be anything. It doesn't really matter. Usually either fecal matter or farts come up sometime during Dumb Debates. We usually don't go more than a couple of Dumb Debates without a question like that, or some kind of really disgusting, gross, terrible moral dilemma. Those are usually good ones as well. We'll tackle them all. And all you have to do is send them to us anytime. You might be sitting on the throne. You might be laying in bed, can't get to sleep, and you go, oh, man, that was a dumb debate. Send it to us anytime into the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. Please use the hashtag dumb debates. Makes it easier for us idiots to find it. Or email John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank, Zone Inbox. Got this one now. We have tackled this question before, but it's coming from a different angle. I'm going to show you here in just a moment, as soon as I can find it, a screenshot of a tweet. And it's the typical question of which animal can you beat in a fight, right? But it's a little different. So the screenshot, a survey, someone actually did a survey of American citizens and British citizens and gave them a variety of different animals. Which of the following animals, if any, do you think you could beat in a fight if you were unarmed? And the animals range from grizzly bear, elephant, lion on the extreme end to rat, house cat, goose, medium-sized dog on the, dare I say, lighter end. But what was interesting about this was to see the difference in responses between what British people thought and what American people thought, to which Jeremiah asked on Twitter when he saw this poll question, I can't decide which is crazier, the guy who thinks he could beat a grizzly bear or the guy who thinks he would lose a fight to a rat.
Well, okay, to be fair, with the rats, people forget about the Black Plague, which was fleas on the rats, but
that's going to kick in later. It might kill you eventually, but the Black Plague's not going to hit you like,
you're right,
instantaneous.
John, what Nick is describing losing the war. We're talking about losing the fight. You're not going to lose no fight to a rat. It is wild. Like, looking at all these, the Americans are always more confident than the Brits about fighting absolutely everything.
Well, of course.
Never more confident.
Bail their ass out of World War II. Is that surprising?
I think kangaroo is too high. I think kangaroo should be closer to lion elephant territory.
I'm pretty sure that kangaroos would absolutely murder you.
Have you ever
that would be a
seen
really bad time.
Kangaroos are yoked.
Can't they punch too, Nick? Aren't they big punchers?
Yeah.
They're going to be big punchers, but then they hit you with those feet. But you're right, Josh. The gap between what Americans definitely think they are better at fighting than the Brits. But the biggest gap between those who think they can win and those who think they can lose, look at the third one down, goose. There's 60-ish% of Americans who think they could beat a goose, whereas there's almost 40% of Brits who think, first of all, it couldn't beat a goose?
Are
really?
Geese really strong over in England? Is there something, Nick, that we don't know about geese on the Grum?
I don't know. I know they're really mad. They get angry. Don't approach them with their young. I think the geese are just relentless. I think it's less about strength and more about endurance for geese.
Fascinating.
Yeah, it is. But it is crazy to see how many Americans think they can beat all of these animals. I would say this to answer the original question. I still think it is crazier that there are actual people who think they could beat a grizzly bear.
Yes.
Than those who think they can't beat a rat.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe folks are being a little bit too humble, but the idea of beating a grizzly bear, and look, grizzly bear is last on the list. There are people that think they could beat an elephant.
Yeah,
we're talking about a fight, not shooting it with a gun. These people are idiots.
Remember, you're unarmed. The elephant ain't going nowhere. You could punch that thing until your arm falls off.
The real dumb thing is the ordering.
Anything.
Yeah, they need to adjust the ordering here.
Dave writes in the text machine, my buddy insists he could take a giraffe down by wringing its neck. He is an idiot.
How are you going to reach the neck?
Yeah, he sounds like an idiot.
It's taller than you. The torso's taller than you.
John, you mentioned we often get really odd questions from our listeners.
Yes.
This is not a fart-related question. This is not a flatulence. I guess that's farting-related question. It's not a food-related question. And yet it is one of the stranger ones we have ever received from Pedro. Hi, guys.
Hi, Pedro.
Dumb debate question. A bowling ball accidentally falls from an airplane. It will hit you. Do you want it to be at work in a meeting surrounded by your coworkers, or would you want to be at home at dinner surrounded by your loved ones and friends?
This is an easy one.
Coworkers?
Coworkers. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, I'd love to see Nick get hit by a bowling ball falling from an airplane.
Exactly.
Deal,
I don't want to traumatize my family with that, but if I
That
can
was
get that
my
in video.
That's my exact thought process. Why would I want to be around my wife and my friends and my parents while a bowling ball caves my brains in? It'd be content. John could talk about it on the show. Sign me up for a work meeting. The meeting we had, a couple of months ago? Remember that great work meeting we had? It can be that.
Yeah.
one.
You'd get my brains on you.
I mean, I
You got brained.
You'd finally have good ideas.
wow.
Wow. No, that would make me dumber.
No, it is an easy answer. The easy answer is it definitely in a meeting. But the other part of it, too, unfortunately, I wouldn't be around to enjoy it, is whomever the person who had the responsibility of explaining to the loved one what happened and how that conversation would go. Because, I mean, yes, it's very traumatic. You have to tell someone that their loved one is dead, but then to have to explain to them, yeah, so we were sitting in this meeting and a bowling ball came through the ceiling and took your husband or your loved one out.
See, and
we
you
have a
wouldn't
lot
even
of questions about how that even happened.
You wouldn't even see the bowling ball right away if you were somebody else in that meeting. Somebody would just explode out of nowhere.
That's a good point, Nick. You're right. They would just make a really loud noise. A head would explode. And then we'd be like, wow, what's up with these 5-hour wait times with TSA? And they couldn't even find the murderous bowling ball.
Keena, now that's a brainstorm.
To answer your question, how would this even happen? It'd be very easy. You have a plane full of PBA bowlers flying over your head, and they lost their cargo.
Damn it, that's pretty good, John.
I have a question
Kenneth.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Nick. I was going to do this one from Kenneth. Is ET wet or dry?
Yep. I've never thought about it, but it's a great question.
E.T. the alien?
Yes. Is he wet or dry?
The financier?
I bet he's a little slimy. I bet he's got a little
like
bit
Nick's
of
clammy hands.
Yeah.
No, E.T.
You think he's dry, John?
Well, dry's not the right word. I mean,
look at his skin. He doesn't have like people skin.
Well, no, but it's all
reptile.
But it looks dry and wrinkly. It looks like he could actually use a little moisturizer. Plus, how is he going? I mean, if he's all slimy, how's he going to pick up the Reese's Pieces?
Well, not all slimy, just a little slimy, like a frog.
Nah, I think he's pretty much dry. Remember, you're in space. There's a lot of there's a vacuum in space. You probably need a lot of moisturizer up there. I bet the ET folks, whatever race of alien he is, they probably have to go through a lot of moisturizer. He looks very dry to me.
I mean, we go to space. We don't need that much moisturizer. I'm sure ET's people they have spaceships.
Yeah, but we're only up there for a few days. ET, they live out there.
Good.
Yeah, and also he's all scrunched up. I mean, I think he's dry.
Him being scrunched up, I think, implies that he comes from a planet with high gravity.
Oh, I never thought about it from that perspective, Nick. I think he's clammy like Nick's hands.
Planet.
Doesn't his neck go up and down too, like
a giraffe?
Yeah.
Oh no, watch out.
I mean, I guess there'd be some lubrication there, but no. I'm gonna say if you shook hands with ET, you wouldn't be like going, oh, you gotta wipe your hand off afterwards.
I think it's a thin layer of slime.
Wow, slime.
Yeah, it's a little slimy.
There's no way he would have made
he's
friends with
mayonnaise,
Elliot if he would have been all slimy.
Thank God.
Thank God E.T. got into Reese's Pieces and not freaking mayonnaise.
Oh, man, can you imagine that, John, if they were leading behind mayonnaise goop to make sure they could find him?
He'd have been like, you know what? I'm out of here. I'm not going to help you. Just get me out of here. I'll give myself up to the scientists. Just please don't feed me any stupid mayonnaise.
It's that goopy alien again.
John, I like this one. You and I are going to answer it, not Nick. Brian from Bellevue, would you rather play disc golf with Nick or watch an F1 race with Nick?
They both last about the same amount of time, by the way.
2 hours?
Do they?
Around.
How many? I mean, really? 18 holes of disc golf goes 2 hours?
Oh, it can. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hour and a half out, 2 hours.
All right. Yeah. So at least in terms of, if you're looking to have the shorter time investment so you can spend less time with him, that's kind of out the window. That's a good question. I actually wouldn't mind watching an F1 race with Nick because I know he would appreciate it. I mean, he is a racing guy, so we could talk about the racing, right?
Yes.
And then I could also, crack my little jokes about how, there's no passing and, all that other stuff.
Which is wrong this season because there's hella passing now. They fixed it.
But I am still hoping at some point, and maybe with our new ownership, we can finally do the Grimvitational. But I would like to throw the disc, tickle chains, whatever the case may be. It's kind of a draw. Believe it or not, I wouldn't mind doing either with Nick.
Oh, thanks, John.
So I find car racing on TV super boring. So if I did that, I'd end up just like scrolling on my phone, which not the worst way to pass time, but that wouldn't be getting the full Nick Grimm experience. So I'll say disc golf. I've played disc golf before. I don't mind. I like going outside. Obviously, I go outside every day for my run. So Nick, I'll go and play a little disc golf with you if I have to answer this question.
Nice. Welcome to the fold, guys. I've gotten a lot of people into this pyramid scheme of disc golf. After you round with me, you're going to be after this round with me, you're going to be buying your own discs, getting your bags, working on grips.
Jeez.
I don't want to do any of those things.
Hokey Skir's been triggered all day in the YouTube comments, so I'll answer this one because it's only directed at me. He says, Hokey Skir says, John, would you rather eat mayo or say GBR? Mayonnaise, please.
Oh, wow.
You can't say GBR. You're at a baseball park about to call a Creighton baseball game. You're not allowed.
Yeah.
The Gary Dolphin, Nick, I hope you cut that out. He said, go Huskers. The voice of the Hawkeye said, go Huskers.
Why would I cut that out? That never happened.
Nick, if you need to give it to me because then I can put it on this board and I can play it like this. That was pretty cool, wasn't it, Nick?
I got to play with the board before you did. I know all the tricks.
Well.
Oh, my goodness.
Nick tells a bad joke.
There's no such thing as a bad joke for me. They're all bangers.
Interesting.
Once again, Josh Backseat producing from 1,000 miles away.
Hey, it's about damn time our show had some drops. Thanks, everybody.
Shane Peterson.
I'll be here all week.
Oh, Shane Peterson. Whoa, shots
all right, let's settle down. Phil asked, John, this goes back to our previous segment. Phil says, does Ben McCollum take the job at Kansas or North Carolina, and will losing tomorrow's game hinder his chances at either? No, if anything, doesn't it make it more likely he takes it because then he's not coaching anymore, and if he's going to move on, he could move on as quickly as possible?
Ben McCollum will not be up for either of those jobs.
How come?
I don't think he will. I mean,
Is it because you don't think that those schools would stoop to hiring him?
Not stoop isn't the right word. I don't think he is one of those coaches yet. I don't think he's one of those coaches yet. I think he would be like on the fourth tier list of those two schools in particular. And that's not saying he's not a good coach. I'm just saying there are other accomplished guys, because remember, you got to sell it as well, and people are going to go, well, wait a minute, this dude's only had 1 year at the Power 4 level, and now all of a sudden you're bringing him to Kansas, you're bringing him to North Carolina. I just think it would be a tougher sales job.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't think he'll do it either, but man, he is obviously a really good coach.
Yes, he is.
Declan says, is it a living room or a family room, or are those actually separate rooms?
This is a great question because on my fuse box, it's got all the labels for, which rooms they are. And there is a family room and a living room one. And it took me forever to figure out, because you were like, okay, I got to turn one of these off, but I don't want to turn the wrong one off, because if I turn the wrong one off, it shuts off the wife's TV. So I'm going to hear it from her. She's going to yell at me. So is it this one, which is the room I want to turn? The living room, family room thing can be a bit confusing. Now, for those hoity-toity folks, is the living room like the more formal area where, you know, you have the fancier furniture, and it's not usually a place where you hang out a lot. You only hang out there when there's company or you have a lot of people over. But the family room, that's where the big comfy chairs are, the recliner is, the sectional, the big, you know what I mean?
So for me, I think of it the other way. I think of the living room as the place with the televisions, and I think a family room is a place where it's just couches and chairs for sitting and talking.
Really? Yeah, I got them turned around. I have the living room being, now where I come from, we just had a living room. We weren't fancy, people that had, multiple levels to the house. I mean, we just called it the living room because that's where it was, but that's where the comfy chairs were and the TVs were. But, for people at bigger houses, especially if, they had the finished basement, right? So the upstairs was the living room. The downstairs where, you usually hung out and watched stuff, that was the family room.
So we had some family friends growing up who they had one room of their house that they called the living room, but there was no TVs or couches or anything. I think the computer was in the corner and they had a table for cards. That's where we would all play cards and everything. But then they had a room next to that they called the sunroom, but then it was more akin to a living room where it had the TV and the couches and everything.
Interesting, because for me, sunrooms were always the rooms that there was not like AC or heat. It was always colder in the winter and warmer in the summer. I always felt like a sunroom was almost like attached to the deck in a way. Like I remember we had what we called a sunroom when we lived on 39th Street in Omaha, and I always felt like it was in the summer it was warmer and just like it was like maybe it was a specific vibe about it. By the way, multiple people, John, including Fight, says, are these separate from dens? Ryan in Delaware texts in, family room is a new phenomena. I always knew it as a den.
See,
what's a den? Den sounds more fancy than family room.
I always felt like a den definitely didn't have a television. Den seemed like a place that you go that was like cozy and you curled up with a nice book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I guess when I think of a den, I think of it's a smaller room. Like it's a room just off of the living room, but it's it's not like you don't have a lot of stuff in there. And yeah, like a place where you might have a reading chair or a reading lamp or something, Mm-hmm. That's what I think of when I think of a den. I don't think of the place where you necessarily congregate with a lot of people as a den. Obviously, I come from a very rich family. I didn't have any of these things. We just had a living room. That was it.
And the family rag.
And the family
rag. You know what's funny about this conversation, John? Schaefer just texted me because we haven't decided on dinner, and he sent me a link to a restaurant called The Den.
The Den.
Whoa, that's a small restaurant.
That's crazy. That's really wild.
Bring a book.
Jordan says he looked it up. Living room is the formal room at the front of the house where you host guests. So I was right.
You were right about the definition then. Interesting. So I've been calling it the wrong thing all these years. Huh.
Yeah.
That's weird.
And Baymon says, I always thought of a den more like a reading room or an office. Yeah, that's kind of what I think of too.
Definitely.
It's office adjacent.
Yeah, my parents, they have a front room. So I guess they have a living room where in that area, that is like at Christmas time where they put the tree. But other times a year, they have there's a couch and a couple of chairs and not a bar, but like a big, what are those things called? Like a big piece of furniture that they just put stuff on and store stuff in, right? And then, yes. And then in a different room, that's where they have another couch and some other chairs and the television. And so all right. Next time I go over to their house, we're going to have a conversation. This is the living room. This is the family room.
And I wonder how much of this is also just regional or generational, because
Bingo.
My grandparents would say things like family room, but everybody else I knew, it's like, oh, living room. And living room was TV, couch, whatever.
See, and I don't even think I've ever called it at my parents' house the family room. I think it's always been like the front room or the sitting room, I think is what we have usually refered to the room.
Oh, the sitting room.
Or like dining room.
The sitting room.
I guess dining room is what I would traditionally see as like the...
Well, but a dining room is where it's where the kitchen table is, where you eat.
It's where you
Yeah,
dine.
but it was always kind
That's,
of one.
that's an easy one.
That was always kind of one and the same, though, because that's where the table is, but you would also gather and hang out at the table. That wasn't the living room. It was in the dining room. That's kind of where you would host people, was the dining room area.
Michael writes on Twitter, on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, this is starting to sound like a game of Clue. John in the living room with a lead pipe.
John, put it down!
Also, what do you...
Never bring a lead pipe into the dining room. You always take it to the family room.
I got one more to finish it off, and I think this is a good
All right.
callback to multiple questions in today's Dumb Debates. Mr. Roboto asks, would you prefer the bowling ball or E.T. to fall out of the sky and crush you? Do you want lotiony E.T. taking you out, John, or a bowling ball?
No, it's dry ass E.T. E.T. is dry. He has no moisturizer.
So
he is dry AF.
I'm going to go with E.T. because that would be even more funny because that's more splatter. And it's a combination of liquids and fluids.
I guess now I have to think about, where's the possibility? If it's a plane full of PBA bowlers who lost a bowling ball that fell onto my head, can my family get more money out of them for being careless with their luggage? Or can they get more money out of E.T., the aliens, because I'm going to go with the bowl. I'm still going to go with the bowling ball. I think my family could make more money off of that. Because I don't know if E.T. money, especially if he's been touching it with his dry ass hands,
lightly slimy hands.
It probably very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Well, that was Dumb Debates.
Yes, it was.
Very dumb debates. Still to come, we have content. We have dinner. Let's see. Coming up today in content. I gotta scroll because Nick
North Carolina.
Oh, yes, North Carolina. Heine, Super Bowl, Flacco, and Vegas. All of those various things coming up in Unsportsmanlike content here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Hit me with your finest questions. Wood Africa says, in my wife's house growing up, there was a dining room, which was for special occasions, and the kitchen table for every night. Yeah, my parents have a kitchen table, and when I go over there and have dinner, that is where we sit, almost all of the time. But then they do have a dining room, and that table is bigger. And so, like, when we're there for holidays with my brothers and their wives, that's where, because there will be, 8 of us. And so they have to get the extender out for the table, and then we eat in there. Let's see. Jim in York. What up, Jim? Those are the dumbest debates I've heard in a while. If the Skurs bring it like the listeners just did, they'll win by 20. There are some good vibes in terms of reasons to believe. Now, honestly, I already forgot one of them, but I know that a second one is the van that we got when we rented our vehicle is red. And so we were like, hello, a red van. But there was something else that happened today, and it was like, wow, is that a sign? Are the Skurs going to the Elite Eight? We will find out. Oh, Jim and O'Neill. Why did I say Jim in York? My bad, Jim. I know why I said Jim in York. I'm an idiot. Max, Josh, what college football stadiums have you, what is your favorite that you've been to? What stadiums have you not been to that you most want to go to? Great question. I had been to every Big Ten stadium except Maryland, Rutgers, and Michigan State. And then they added the West Coast schools, which out there I've been to Oregon. So I've been to, 14 Big Ten stadiums. I've been to Manhattan. I've been to Boulder. I don't think I've been anywhere else. My favorite, so when I went to the Horseshoe, it was for work, and so I was up in the announcer's booth, and man, that thing is super high up. But that stadium is, it really is like a bigger Memorial Stadium because, Memorial Stadium took some of the ideas from the shoe, and so that place is sick. You know, the Big House isn't very loud, but it is cool. I love those old historical stadiums. A lot of history. I think my favorite is probably Autzen, though. It is just so unique and so loud. So loud. So that'd be my favorite. Which ones haven't I been? I mean, so now you know which ones. Oh, wait, and I've also been to Arkansas. That place sucked. Which ones? I'll do a Mount Rushmore. Obviously, South Bend. That sounds amazing. Would love to go to South Bend. See, and then it's like, it's hard because I just want to pick SEC stuff. Like, I want to go to Tiger Stadium at night, Death Valley. So that'd be one of them. Let's see. I don't want to just be so SEC pilled here. But it's hard not to. It'd be cool to see Jordan Hare for the Iron Bowl. So that'd probably be another one. I mean, it's corny, but I would like to go to the Rose Bowl, like the game. Not the stadium, but the game, which is at the stadium. Jim asks, on a related note, what is your favorite non-football basketball game you've worked? Favorite non-football? So, I mean, basically we're just talking baseball. I've never worked a hockey game inside of it. Let's see. Favorite baseball game? I mean, you know, my job is so different right now, though it's going to change this summer when I'm doing sideline stuff, where, like, during a lot of the College World Series games, I'm kind of doing stuff in the background, you know, getting ready for the shows. But I was in the building for the no-hitter, and that was pretty cool last year. So maybe that one. Hokies, Josh, how is it being the only Husker fan on the Grum? Glad at least someone can say, go Huskers, and be a good sport about it, LOL. I mean, it is what it is. Always what the show has been. Always what the show has been. Let's see. Yeah, Drake says Nick is goated for the thumbnail. I still don't get it. Hopefully it's a better thumbnail tomorrow. No offense to you, Drake. Jean-Claude. Josh has been everywhere, man. Shout out to me, traveling around. Oh, yeah, Johnny Cash should make a song about me. Max says, very nice. Autzen is awesome. Totally agree on that. That and the Big House are my favorites. Plenty on the list to still get to. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, Notre Dame would be the one. That's the I don't know, either that or LSU. I guess, you know, one I didn't mention is Clemson. Their Memorial Stadium, that'd be pretty cool. I've heard that place is pretty awesome, you know, for a big game. I've been to Penn State, haven't been to a whiteout. I've heard that is obviously something spectacular, so that would be really cool if I could go to that. Trying to think of like specific games. I would love to go to Ohio State. Oh, looks like I'm about to come back. I'd love to go to Ohio State, Michigan someday, though. Washington, yes, good call. I'd love to go to Washington. Tailgate on the lake.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
I keep forgetting that we have later this week. We're going to have to figure out how we're going to do this. Probably going to wait till, well, we'll definitely wait till Friday. Because, you know, tomorrow we'll be in tailgate, getting ready for the game mode.
John, I got it.
Well, I was going to say we got Betty Ray's ice cream to give away.
We do.
And Betty Ray's delicious. 2 locations, Omaha, 1 in Exarban Village. Can't wait to give away. By the way, that's the zone deal. Get 2 $25 gift vouchers for only $25. 1620thezone.com. But we're going to give away some of those $50 vouchers for Betty Ray's homemade ice cream this Friday on the Grum.
And it's a great idea to wait until Friday because it's either happy ice cream or sad ice cream. But either way, you get ice cream. Sad ice cream isn't you're feeling sad. You want ice cream to help you feel better.
I see. All right, Nick. Content.
As we've alluded to, Hubert Davis was let go by North Carolina last night. Brad Stevens has already said, no thanks. Where do the Tar Heels go from here? Is this job as attractive as usual given the current state of college athletics and North Carolina's place at the money table?
Kind of fleshed this out a little bit a couple of segments ago. I do think this is a different world. North Carolina is still a very, very, very good job. They are still a college basketball blue blood. but they are not a college business blue blood. In other words, they're not driving the truck right now. It's the conferences that they don't belong to, like the Big Ten and the SEC, that are driving the truck. So I wonder how that impacts all of this and the perception of this job. That said, according to Matt Norlander at CBS Sports, some of the lead candidates are Dusty May at Michigan, Tommy Lloyd at Arizona, TJ Otzelberger at Iowa State, as well as Billy Donovan, currently with the Bulls. I don't think Dusty May's not going to leave Michigan. No. I think either of those two Big 12 coaches, and I know Arizona's got a great basketball history, but this is North Carolina. And then the Billy Donovan one is rather fascinating as well. This will be an interesting search. And if Kansas comes open, if Bill Self decides to retire, where does that one go?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, as we talked about earlier. What is their place in college athletics and certainly in college basketball right now? I love that they're going to go after some big names. Those are some heavy hitters, right? Some big swings. If they strike out on all of them, what does that mean for what kind of job this is? That said, John, we see this in football where it's like, wow, that school that's a blue blood could only land Coach X. That's pretty crazy. So it ultimately shouldn't surprise us if that's the case. Look at Kentucky. Mark Pope. That's pretty wild when you think about it, because they have SEC money and that's their guy. I thought it was an odd hire at the time, and it still seems to be an odd hire a couple years later.
From recruiting analyst Tim Verghese at Nebraska's Underwear Olympics, Heinrich Harburg hit a 10-foot, 8-inch broad jump, which would have tied for third amongst tight ends at the NFL Combine, only behind Eli Stowers and Kenyon Sadiq. Could Heine work himself into a free agent deal in the National Football League?
Nick, excellent work with the pronunciation for Sadiq there. I was a little nervous for you. Great job.
Oh, jeez.
You've seen that name before?
What was that?
That wasn't me.
I didn't do anything. He will absolutely sign with somebody. I don't know if he's going to stick with their roster by the time we get to September, whatever, and the season opens, John. Stay tuned for a future question, by the way. But I think he absolutely will. Like, the thing that they have always talked about with him is how freakish of an athlete he is and how he should be involved more in the offense for whatever reason. I think some of it is the play caller. I think some of it is him. I don't think that he is as good of a football player as he is an athlete. Those are two separate things. Great athlete, not so much a great football player, but I think he'll get at least a cup of coffee. He'll get a tryout at the very least in the NFL.
Yeah, his athletic skills are going to give him that opportunity. Now, the main question is, will he stick? But I do think that you will see somebody, sign him onto a roster to, work out in the summer and, have a crack at it. That's pretty impressive stuff, though. And his athletic ability is going to that always translates in the NFL. He just doesn't have the experience at tight end, the pedigree at tight end, some of the other skills that they're looking for. But if there's a program out there, a franchise out there that sees the athleticism and says, man, we can do something with this, and hell, it could even be special teams related as well. Yeah, he's got a puncher's chance.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Busch Light says it's ready for those of us from Iowa and Nebraska that are prepping for some Busch Light drinking. Will there be any horror stories coming out of Houston?
No, it's Houston. It's like the, fourth, fifth largest city in the United States. Also, the folks at Busch made sure that they would have plenty of beer down there. See, one of the issues sometimes that happens with places that run out of Busch Light when it's Iowa fans or Nebraska fans that come over is it's just not as big a beer there, so they just don't stock it like it is stocked here. So if you have a little advance notice, they'll get some down there. Also, I don't think there will be as many Nebraska/Iowa fans there as there were last week in Oklahoma City. So the relationship of number of fans, number of drunk fans, and the size of the city, and the fact that they've had a week to prepare for this, you'll be fine. You'll have plenty of Busch Light. And if they don't have Busch Light, guess what? What? There's other beers in the sea. You can eat, you can drink other beers. You don't just have to drink Busch Light.
Wow, interesting. Meanwhile, when you go to a place and they don't have Old Style, you threaten to murder people. I think
threaten to murder people.
He
he
does
just
murder
do
people.
it. He just
With the lead
does it.
pipe.
He's like, I'm not going to threaten you. Yeah, in the family room.
With the lead pipe in the den. Yes, I know.
Yeah. No, yeah, John's right. It's such a big city. They'll be just fine. I'll keep an eye out. When I go out to dinner tonight, I'll see, hey, how's the Busch Light treating you these days? And they'll say, what's that? And I'll say, you rapscallion, you're lucky John's not here and that we're not in a den right now.
You can use it as like that from Behind the Bastards, Inglorious Bastards. I'd like a Busch Light, please, to tell whether or not somebody's from the Midwest.
Excellent.
NFL owners are voting on future Super Bowl sites this week, and the hot rumor is John Bishop's favorite town, Las Vegas, is in line for Super Bowl 63 in 2029. That would just be 5 years after hosting their first. Should we be concerned that the big game is going to get concentrated among just a very small handful of cities?
So I got a couple of different opinions on this, John. One, like, first of all, I don't care. I'm never going to go to the Super Bowl, so it doesn't. I mean, okay, I shouldn't say that. I might go to it someday if the job ever takes us there. It'd be cool to cover it one time. But in the end, like, I'm not bothered if it's only in New Orleans and Miami and Vegas and whatever else. Like, if the city does a really good job at hosting it, the city, can do a good job at hosting it. Here's the main point that I want to make, though. All these stadiums that we keep seeing, like Cleveland, I just saw a new artwork reveal for their stupid new stadium. Just seeing a Cleveland Dome triggers me greatly.
It does.
They build them because they're like, we want the Super Bowl. And you know what happens? They get one Super Bowl, and then they never return to their city. Remember when they were in Indianapolis? When's the last time they were in Indianapolis? Remember when they were in Minnesota? When's the last time they were in Minnesota? If Kansas City gets a Super Bowl, they'll get one, and then they'll never return. They're always build a new stadium. We promise we'll show up. Yeah, they'll show up if it's in warm weather places. That's why it's in Los Angeles. That's why it's in New Orleans. That's why it's in Miami. That's why it's in Las Vegas. It hasn't even been back to Dallas since the one that the Packers and Steelers played. And, John, that was almost 20 years ago. So, in the end, I don't really care because I don't go cover it. But I just think the fallacy of building these fancy domes in honor of a Super Bowl is actually wrong. You're going to get it one time and never get it again.
Right. And I realize, with the dome, you can also get Final Fours. You can big, other big events that need an indoor space, WrestleMania or something like that. But you're right. The NFL is going to want to keep these in places that have great travel, easy travel, warm weather. The thing that bugs me is just all the domes. I'm not a fan of San Francisco Stadium necessarily, but just seeing a Super Bowl played outdoors on grass was cool. And I'm afraid that, we're losing that. I mean, LA, that's artificial turf. That's essentially a dome. New Orleans, obviously a dome. Miami might be the one in the regular rotation that is still somewhat outdoors. I know they got the big awning, the cover, but at least it's outdoors and it's on natural grass. That's the part that bothers me. I don't want to see more playoff games in domes. The only time I want to see a playoff game in a dome is when the Rams are hosting it.
Don't tell the internet that Joe Flacco is mad he re-signed with the Bengals as their backup QB. Quote, believe me, I wish I was a guy somewhere, and I think that teams are dumb for not having me be that guy. Is Flacco a little delusional or a lot delusional that he's not getting a starting gig somewhere else?
He's a lot delusional. I mean, the only reason he got signed last year was because the Bengals were desperate because they lost Joe Burrow. Joe Flacco is not starting quarterback material anymore. He should just be happy to get what he gets. The fact that first of all, you had other long in the tooth starters like Geno Smith and Kyler Murray out on the open market. Teams are definitely going to take more of a flyer on those two than they are on Joe Flacco because at least those guys can still move around a little bit. Joe Flacco's a statue back there. He's 42 years old. One big hit might knock him out forever. So Joe Flacco just needs to be happy where he's at and that he can still hold a clipboard on the sideline. He is not starting quarterback material.
He's 41 years old. What is a lot delusional, infinity delusional? What are we doing? That said, John, there's this odd thing in the NFL where last year Phillip Rivers, who's been out of the league for 5 seasons, comes in off of the compound with all of his children and starts in the NFL. Joe Flacco is still hanging out on rosters, even though he has obviously regressed. Aaron Rodgers as well. Like, what in the world is this league doing with the young quarterbacks? And what are the young quarterbacks doing that the league is much more comfortable bringing in these schlubs off of the sidelines? We got to fix this.
The NFL announced the Super Bowl 60 champion Seattle Seahawks will open the season on the Wednesday of Week 1 instead of hosting the usual Thursday night opener. The change is being made because the LA Rams and San Francisco 49ers will open their season in Melbourne, Australia, in a game that will be broadcast on Thursday night in the United States. Do we like this?
So, like, when you put aside that there's a game in Australia, body clock-wise, it's going to be trash. It will probably affect them for at least a week, and John's going to be triggered, especially if the Rams start 0-1. We have actually had a Wednesday night opener before. I can't remember if it's 1 or 2. I remember, John, the first year that we worked together in 2012, the Giants, the defending champs, hosted my beloved Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys won, by the way, on a Wednesday night, and that was because I think the DNC was happening, and Obama was going to speak on Thursday.
Thanks, Obama.
Thanks, Obama. We got Wednesday night football. So nice call, Nick. Look, I don't. It's awesome. I'll watch it on Wednesday. That sounds good. The first week is weird anyway now that they've been doing the Friday stuff, so it seems like they're not going to do a Friday night game, but they will do Wednesday, Thursday. I don't mind. I'm happy that my team's not playing in Australia because, again, body clock-wise, that stuff is going to suck, but a Wednesday night football game, sign me up. It's just weird. It's very, very weird.
No, what the NFL is doing here is it's actually a nod towards the team that really should have been the Super Bowl champions, and that's why the Rams are getting to play on Thursday nights.
Oh, wait,
they're not trying to.
Nope, not that one. There we go. John, say it again.
No, too late. You blew the entire bit. Way to go. Nicely done. Screw you, Seahawks. No one believes you're a legit champion anyway. Rams are opening on Thursday night. Take that.
Hey, John, you say the Seattle Seahawks fans. You and your mother. Wow. That's what they say.
That'd be typical of the 12s. It's the only words they know.
The NBA owners have voted to explore Vegas and Seattle expansion bids. Is this the NBA's version of a save the date?
What are we doing? Explore? I mean, haven't they been Seattle exploring? They've been exploring these cities for a long time now. So I don't get what is the purpose here. They're just it is like a save the date. It's a wasted gesture. Yes, we already know you've been looking at Vegas and Seattle for your next expansion teams. Oh, but now we're voting on it. We're just telling you now that we're looking into it, even though we've already told you that we're looking into it. Silly.
Yeah, it's dumb. They literally had an NBA team in Seattle for, my childhood and your childhood for a long, long time. They've played games in Vegas. They do I was going to say the Crown, but that's college basketball. They do the NBA version of the Crown there. What do they call it? The in-season tournament with the dumb courts?
The
NBA
do all of those Cup.
Oh, they do all those things. Explore. So dumb. By the way, Pesky Blues writes, I love the bleep button. Me too, Pesky Blues.
Finally, starting in just mere minutes, it's the first ever Netflix-produced Major League Baseball game featuring the season opener between the Yankees and the Giants. Will the reviews be more positive or negative?
I think, John, it seems like there are 100 broadcasters involved in this game, so I'm guessing the reviews will be, this thing is very overstuffed with the amount of mouths that need to be fed. The most takes will be on the score bug, though. We always have score bug takes. Because, the play-by-play announcer, Vaskursian, he's done games many, many times. Aren't all of the main crew, those guys do games. It's going to be like when they bring Barry Bonds come and talk for a few minutes, and this guy come and talk for a few. That's the stuff that's going to be really, really annoying.
Well, and it's all the gimmicks, too, like having Thing throw out the first pitch. I'm just saying, I get it. It's the Yankees, it's the Giants. I won't be able to watch anyway because I'm here. I mean, there would be more negative comments on this if one of the teams with a real hoity-toity fan base who likes the smell of their own farts were on this. Like if it were a Cardinals game, for example. If the Cardinals were playing in this game, I'm sure all the Cardinal fans would be like, "Oh, this isn't what Mike Shannon would have allowed us to do. This is so unbecoming of a sports broadcast."
Triggered.
I got Jake Ryan sitting next to me, noted Cardinal fan.
Hi, Jake.
It'll be gimmicked up. I'm sure.
Negative connotation for gimmick yet again.
Gimmicks can go either way, Josh. They're not always good. They're not always bad.
I'm just looking forward
gimmick,
to
is that what you're saying?
because while we're at Oscars, Nick, guess what?
What?
We'll be able to watch baseball. Afternoon baseball on all the TVs,
John,
including the Cubs and the Nats.
It'll be nice, John, to sit down and watch baseball with you, another baseball fan, without Josh there poo-pooing. Oh, why do you want to watch this game when we could be watching Sports Center talk about football combines? That's what you sound like, Josh.
I won't be watching Sports Center talk about football combines. You don't know me very well, Nick. Come on.
It will be fun, though. We'll be at Oscars tomorrow. Of course, Oscars bringing you all coverage of the Sweet 16 weekend, which is why Josh and Shafe are down in Planet Houston. So if you want to come out, maybe grab an early seat, watch some baseball with us, and then hang around for the basketball game afterwards, come on by and say hi. 168th and West Center. Get yourself some char-buffed wings or maybe one of their pizzas, one of their great sandwiches. Get yourself some tots or some fries, whatever you like on the side. But we want to thank Oscars for bringing all of our weekly coverage to you. And we'll be there 2 to 5 tomorrow here on the program, 168th and West Center. All right. Speaking of food, what's for dinner?
Ooh.
What will Josh and Shafe be eating at the Den?
Your lead pipe. Be careful.
Will it be in an overstuffed leather chair reading a book under a reading lamp? Will it be served on a leather-bound book made of rich mahogany?
Good questions.
I don't know how many books are made actually of mahogany, but
Well, it's wood, so probably not many.
yeah, probably not. That's probably a good point. We'll be back. Wrap up the Grum next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
All right, friends, one segment to go, and then I'm heading out. Ask me only your finest questions. I think I've decided on my dinner. Let's see. What do we got? Jordan, all books are made of wood, Nick. That's true. People forget about paper. Wow, Shafe just sent me a link to a fried chicken joint. Hello. Let's see what the photos look like. Ooh, that looks good. All right, let's see. Jean-Claude, Josh is now DJ 3000. Shout out to me. Not shout out to John. Max writes, maybe should have been a dumb debates question, but would you rather Nebraska win tomorrow night or Nebraska wins on Black Friday 2026? Since I'm here, I mean, dude, they go to the Elite Eight. They're one win away from the Final Four. Like, oh my gosh. It's got to be that. Max says, what do you think most Husker fans would choose? I mean, that's a really good question. In the moment, I have to imagine most of them would say, yeah, obviously the hoops. I'm guessing there'd be a lot of football-pilled people, I think people are just obviously, we talk about it a lot. They're so annoyed with football. Hokey Skir, shout out to you. Thanks for checking out the shows. We're going live tonight at 9. That's the plan. It depends on when they arrive. I should text Stibbs. I assume he has Wi-Fi turned on on the flight. Let's see. Do you have Wi-Fi on the flight? If so, when are you landing? All right, it got delivered, so I think you will. All right, let's see. Elite Eight greater than Black Friday. Yeah, I mean, look, Black Friday win. Maybe they go. That means like 7 and 5. Like I'm not even trying to be a jerk, but you win this game. I mean, we're talking about some immortality type things, right? Like it's wild that how fast everything would shift from, wow, they've never won a tournament game, to then they would be a win away from the Final Four against either A, a team they've already beat before, or B, one that hasn't seen them and it would have to do the quick prep. I think, to be honest, I think Houston would be really, really tough, though. Really, really tough. Oh, good Lord. Stibb says, we are literally on the runway, and they came on and said we have a 40-minute delay. Well, at least that means 9 o'clock should be okay. Then Jack is being dramatic. We are delayed, ugh. Let's see. Jean-Claude, fried chicken or McMaster fried chicken? Do we think McMaster would be good at cooking fried chicken? Oh, wait, I read it wrong. They're in Dallas still. Hokies here. I wouldn't trust McMaster with chicken nuggets. Matt's a good cook. He's a really good cook. Pesky Blues, any thoughts on the Harry Potter trailer? I haven't seen it, actually. Jordan says, will Stibbs be joining you guys? Yeah, he's on the plane with Jack. So get ready.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm at kind of the mercy of the concession stand. I do have my concession voucher. So I'm not sure what is for dinner tonight. It's probably a hot dog, a brat, the chicken finger basket. My partner, Jake Ryan, brought up the nachos with the cheese dip with the little wang in it.
Nice.
So I don't know. I'm guessing probably a bratwurst.
So I'm looking at the menu right now. The wings look really, really good. So I'm maybe thinking those, but I think the Den Pub Burger is the play. Ready for this?
Ooh.
Quarter-pound ground steak Angus patty served with American cheese, lettuce. I'm going to ask for no tomatoes, extra pickles, onion, and mayonnaise. That's my burger, folks.
Sounds good.
Unbelievable. They put that slop on there.
I don't know. I don't know about tonight. I had shells and cheese last night. It was good. I don't know what's for dinner tonight. We'll figure it out.
That's why this is the best segment on the show, especially when we get the I don't know what's for dinner.
Always. At least one of us every day. John, we got a tweet on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, only the
Yeah.
finest Twitter feed available. This is from Nicholas,
Yep.
who writes
Me?
in criticism of you. I don't know, Nick. Let's see if you agree with this critique of Bishop. The dumbest part of dumb debates today was hearing John say he would rather be killed by a bowling ball than the world's first confirmation of alien life, as that would surely forever include his name in history. Excellent point by Nicholas. They'd say, we found out about aliens because the dry or wet or really mayonnaise
Slightly slimy
crushed John Bishop, radio host and play-by-play voice of the Creighton Blue Jays.
But A, I won't be around to enjoy being famous for that. And the other part is, again, how does my family get paid? If I get hit by a bowling ball, someone's going to be responsible for that bowling ball. But you're not going to – I guarantee you if it goes to an alien court of law, they'll probably just blow the planet up.
So I'm going –
and then everybody's dead and none of this will matter.
I'm going to push back on the history angle. It's like if you were ever in a car accident or somebody with somebody famous, right? You're just you, but you're with a famous person and the car, I don't know, combusts. They're going to talk about this person died. There were some other passengers. Like, you're going to be brushed to the side. The headline is E.T. Like, oh, just some guy got hit by the alien.
That's true. I mean, when people remember back to the Challenger disaster, they always remember Kristen McAuliffe. They don't remember the other 6 astronauts. The famous ones always get mentioned. So I'm going to disagree with Nicholas's ascension there. I'm looking out for my family. I want my family to get paid by, Pete Weber's bowling ball that fell out of the sky and hit me on the head.
Think about this, though, John. Let's say either a bowling ball or an alien falls and hits you out of the sky. Can you imagine future tweets? All these Husker fans came to see where John Bishop was crushed by a bowling ball wearing their jerseys.
They all showed up in their Husker basketball
Incredible.
jerseys.
Which is an insult to John if you think about it.
Yeah,
that's true. Maybe they would actually do that now that
They probably would. They probably would. All right, that'll wrap up the Grum. Again, tomorrow, Nick and I will be at Oscars, 168th and West Center. Josh will be back from Houston. We'll get you ready for the Sweet 16 game. Robin Washut will join us. And it'll be opening day of baseball for everybody, not just the Yankees and the Giants.
Baseball.
Stay tuned. Creighton Athletics Hour coming up next on 1620 The Zone, or switch it over to 1180 for Blue Jay Baseball.